you very much, Commissioner Nissen. Good morning to everyone. I hope you had a good rest last night. And I am going to hand over to the evidence team. I understand we have 2 witnesses today. I'm sure they will announce who that is, and then we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to everyone and good morning to the panel. Mr. Chairperson, myself and my colleague, Advocate Nkloko, will be taking the only 2 witnesses appearing today. So if time is our friend, we should be, by lunchtime, we should be concluding the proceedings. Chairperson, the first witness today is Mr. Kaba, and I think this is the first witness from whom we will hear testimony post the inspection in loco that was conducted last week, Friday. You will remember, Chairperson, that the evidence leaders had brought an application inspired by the testimony that had been heard up until that point. And I think that the testimony ought to be unique only from the perspective that everybody now has a spatial orientation of the place and has a kind of visual aid of, will have visual aid as the testimony unfolds today. Mrs. Advocate Nkloko will take the first part of the questioning. I will take the second part of the questioning, but as is the nature of leading evidence, there may be 1 or 2 instances where we footnote each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Baba Xaba, before siqale baba sifuna ukuthi siyaxolisa kakhulu and futhi siyabonga ukuthi wasibekezela.
Yeah.
Because ubufikile lana means our 2.
Yes.
And as the commission team sithi siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi uyaphinda wasinika isikhathi sakho uba ubuye la ekhaya.
Yeah, ngiyabonga.
Mr. Kleber, before we start, I'd like to apologize for keeping you waiting after you had to come here for 2 days.
Can you perhaps just speak closer to the mic that we can hear you better? Thank you.
And you were patient with us. Thank you for coming once again.
Yeah, ngiyabonga.
Baba Xaba besizocela ukuthi usitshele igama la Baba Xaba fully for record.
Oh, igama lami ngumbuso oXaba ngokuhlala ngihlala kaMashu.
Sorry, Mr. Kaba needs to first take the oath or affirm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner.
Sorry for that, Mr. Kaba.
Ngicela sikufungise mnumzane uXaba.
Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Uzimisele ngokuthatha isifungo noma uzokhetha ukuthi uthembise ukhuluma iqiniso uma ukuthi unenkinga ukuthatha isifungo?
Anginankinga nesifungo.
I have no objection with taking an oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Isifungo sithatha njengento ezobophezela umlembeza wakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso?
Yebo.
Yes.
You swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakho uzobuthula buzobe iqiniso lodwa iqiniso kuphela kukhonye ngaphandle kweqiniso?
Yebo, kuzoba iqiniso kuphela.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Cela uphakamise isandla sakho sokudla uthi Nkosi ngisize.
Inkosi ingisize.
Sona yini.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Sorry, Baba Xaba, ubusasho igama lakho futhi uphuma kuphi?
You were still telling us, Mr. Klaba, about your name and where you come from.
Oh, igama lami ngumbuso oXaba ngokuhlala ngihlala kaMashu adi. Khona la eThekwini.
My name is Mbuso Klaba, and I reside at KwaMashu D section here in Durban.
Sesikhathi singakanani uhlala khona lapho baba?
How long have you stayed there?
Ngikhulele khona nje. Ngizalwe ngo-1983 since then namanje ngisahlala khona kaMashu akaze ngihlale kwenye indawo.
I grew up there and I was born there, so I've never stayed in any other area besides KwaMashu.
Okay. Baba Xaba, usho ukuthi you were one of our victims ase Phoenix. Sicela usitshele ukuthi ufike njani khona lapho?
You informed us, Mr. Klaba, that you were one of the victims of this Phoenix issue. Would you like to tell us, would you please tell us how it came about for you to be there?
Mhla 12 July ngomsomluko ilanga lakhona ikhathi kuya ko 5 manje kuya 10 to 5 so isikhathi esiningi
Sorry, Baba.
It was on the 12th of July, I believe it was on Monday, and it was around 10 to 5.
alola ngangade sihlalene noma besasazi kwenzakalana ezweni lezi zinto ezenzeka zoma looting all the stuff lezenzeka nje ngangade sihlalele ekhaya nabafana nje abangasekhaya abawomakhelwane bami abancane.
We had been just sitting at home with the younger boys, and we were well aware of what was happening in the country about the looting and the unrest.
So kwathi ko 5:15 kanje ngakhumbula ukuthi kufanele ngiye airport ngiyolanda usisi engizwana naye osebenzela khona.
Around 5:15, I remembered that I had to take a trip to the airport where I was going to fetch my partner.
So ngokuthi ngangihleli nabana abafana abancane kunami bangasekhaya nje abomakhelwane abankhozi nabakade bewasha nemoto sihlalele nje nabo base beyangicela ukuthi umntana acela ukuhamba nawe noma kade leke sihleli la ngasekhaya ayinde sishaya ngcono sisukunyakaza ngathi ayikho inkinga singahamba.
Since I had been hanging out with the young boys in the area and they had been washing the car, when I indicated I was leaving, they requested that they would like to go with me because they had been spending too much time at home. And I agreed to that.
Sabe sesaba ke nabo ke siba u4 emotweni. Samba ngemoto i40 Figo freestyle.
The four of us, myself and these boys, then left. We were traveling in a Ford Figo freestyle.
Yes. Ekusukeni wami ke ngathi mangiqala ngibheka imoto ngabona ukuthi ukuthi uthi ngafika airport ngingawufakile petrol engangibona ukuthi uyancipha emotweni.
Well, I realized on my way that I wouldn't be able to reach the airport because it would be too far for the fuel that was remaining in the vehicle.
So emva kwalokho ngase ngathola ukuthi wonke ama garage kamasha awasebenzi ngendawo zawo into zomalooting awufaka upetrol.
I then discovered that all the garages in KwaMashu area were not functioning because of the looting, so there was no refueling of petrol.
Sorry, Baba Klaba.
Yes.
It's ngicela ukuphazamisa lana. For abantu abangayazi uba iThekwini ime kanjani.
Yeah.
Umasho ukuphi compared to a Phoenix.
For people who are not familiar or who do not know how KwaMashu is situated, would you please explain for us how far is KwaMashu and Phoenix?
UKwaMashu ngingathi i-West Phoenix because KwaMashu is the north of Durban, but mawuse Phoenix ngafana ukuthi uya eWest mawuse Phoenix uya KwaMashu. So makhelwane.
Those are neighboring areas. KwaMashu is in the west of Phoenix, because if you are in Durban, KwaMashu is in the north. So it is in the west of Phoenix.
Ungaqhubeka Baba.
Would you please continue?
Sabe ke sesithola ukuthi amagaraji awasebenzi kamashu ngase ngiyacabanga ukuthi noma ikhona indawo eziyo zomakhalane bethu but futhi ziyindlela le engicabanga yakhona airport njengo Phoenix Mountainscom kodwa ngase ngithi awuthi ngithathe iPhoenix.
Well, after discovering that there was I couldn't find petrol in KwaMashu, I thought of neighboring areas such as Phoenix and Mount Edgecombe. So I then decided to proceed to Phoenix.
Sahamba ke kanjalo saya ePhoenix saqala kahle ngafika ePhoenix Industry lo abathi khona eCrossroad.
Across Ban?
eCrossroad ePhoenix Industry ngithi ngobhekela igarage nakhona ngafika lingasebenzi but lingaluthiwe.
We then proceeded to Phoenix at a garage in a place called Crossroad. And when we got there, there was no service, though no looting had occurred there, but there was no service.
Sorry, Baba Kamagokhana.
Yeah.
Men, ujwayele yini ukuya khona ePhoenix?
Do you normally go to Phoenix, Mr. Kaba?
iPhoenix ngiyayazi sisinoma ngisho ukuthi ngomakhelwane sikhulele kuyona nje indawo engiyaziyo. Ngiyayazi.
I'm well familiar with the place since I was saying that it is our neighboring area and I grew up there.
Ngaqhubeka Baba.
Please
So
continue.
ukuthola ukuthi igarage alisebenzi leli ngase ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngidlulele kwelinye futhi eliku Phoenix Highway noma sasikade session le ngase Madmakandi eLokhuzana ePark ngase ngihamba
When I realized that there was no service at the garage in Phoenix Highway where I had started, I then proceeded to another garage. Garage?
lale ku Phoenix Highway leli sengiyakulona to Shell.
I then proceeded to the Shell garage in Phoenix Highway.
Yes. Sathi sahamba ke go East Berry lo kudla ipark enkulu Madmakandi Luthuli. Ngani mangifike khona la Eastbury Eastbury no Phoenix Highway ekhoneni ka left khona igarage lapho to Shell.
Well, while I was driving on Eastbury, I was proceeding to a garage which is on Phoenix Highway, which is a Shell garage. So I was driving and approaching Phoenix Highway.
Yes.
Eastbury is the road that is along the railway line.
Park.
Oh, sorry. It is along
Park.
the Mahatma Gandhi Park.
Yes. So angizange ngisafika egarage ngokuthi ngathi mangiqhamuka ngabona abomdabu baseNdiya bevale umgwaqo ngathi mangisondela bathi angise.
I couldn't reach the garage because as I was approaching, I then came across a group of Indian people and they told me to come closer.
Mangisondela kuba sekuba khona oyedwa ngale mhlawumbe oyibona oyilida yabo wena oyithi ukukhula nje ubaba omntu wasemdabu laseNdiya oyenane impungu ekhanda owasondela ke kumina kwangathi uzongibuza ukuthi siyapi.
There is one gentleman it was an Indian old male with grey hair. I don't know if he saw himself or he thought he was the ringleader of what was going on. He approached me to ask me where I was going.
So ngaphuma emotweni ngisakhuluma naye then le 3N engihamba naye ihlele emotweni labafana abancane bangasekade ngihamba nabo.
I alighted from the vehicle while the 3 other boys that I was traveling with were still in the vehicle.
So angibuzeke lo baba ke ukuthi siyapi azile yini kuzolutha la ePhoenix.
So this old gentleman then asked me where we were going and if we were not there in Phoenix to loot.
Ngamchazela ukuthi mina ngizofaka upetrol la kahle kahle indlela yami iya airport nje ngizofaka upetrol ngiphume manje lana ngiye airport into engidlulisa la ePhoenix bengizofaka upetrol.
I then informed him that no, we were only here for petrol. We were here to get petrol and then I'd proceed to the airport because that is where my destination is.
Kube sengathi uyangizwa ke lo baba oyangikhuluma naye athi angibuyele emotweni. The time ngibuyela
It seemed as though he understood what I was telling him and he instructed me to go back into the car. And when I went back into the car,
mangena emotweni ngithi ngifuna ukuyela egarage egarage ngase ngilibona ngithi ngifuna ukungena khona ngidumisa imoto futhi ngihamba isikhashana nje futhi kwavela kwaqhamuka abafana abaningi bamandiya bephethe izikhali.
well, I got in the car and started the car. The intention was to proceed to the garage because it was already in my view, in my sight. So as I got in the car, many Indian boys emerged and they were armed.
Babaqama,
Yeah.
usho ukuthi babephethe izikhali. Yayizini lezo zikhali?
When you say they were armed, Mr. Klaba, what type of weapons were they carrying?
Abasonda ngababona nje bonke abasondela besondela kuthina emotweni beyivimba ababephethe ama baseball bats imbazo ocelemba abana bephethe ibhamu zomqokola zazikhona.
The ones I saw, the ones that came to block the vehicle, were carrying baseball bats, axes, bush knives. There were even firearms.
Ngaxakeka ke noma phela besethelo babo umuntu omdala angihambe ngifaka upetrol mase ngiyaphuma.
I got confused then because the old gentleman had told me I can go, get petrol, and get out.
Babaqama, ngizocela ukuhlupha kakhona. Uthe ukhona nesibhamu lapho.
Yes.
Zazingakanani mawukhumbula nje sicela usisize nje with ama details khona lapho.
Mr. Klaba, you indicated there were firearms. If you may tell the panel how many firearms
Engayibona
did you see?
ngabona ama automatic rifle ngithe imathathu.
I saw 3 automatic rifles.
Ngabona nala ama shotgun okuncane ngithi uyayila ko 3 noma bebe ngathi bayisadli labantu la abanye beyifake ama mask lawa ngathi yavimba ubuso befake nama cap abana ngani mawama security kodwa begqoka ama jinji ongacaca ukuthi security noma kwakuyini.
I also saw 3 shotguns. And these people were standing in a circle. They were wearing masks, some were wearing caps. You wouldn't tell if they were private security or what was the situation.
Ngathi sakuthuswe lokho besivimba bavela basuka bajikjela imoto ngamatshe kwaqhamuka abanye laba bephethe imbazo bahlahlela imoto nje khona lapho simile sithi siyasuka ngagcina ngazange ngisusa imoto.
While when they blocked the vehicle, that's when they started, more people emerged. They started pelting stones to the vehicle, and some were hitting the vehicle with axes. Well, I was still confused, and we were still at the same spot. We hadn't moved.
Yeah, besithuka besibiza ngezitsha zikaZuma.
They were swearing at us, calling us Zuma's dogs.
Sibiza ngama kefir
They called us kafirs.
bethi solutha le ndaweni yabo.
They said,
bangidonsa mina bangikhiphela ngaphandle emotweni bangishaya baseball bat.
they said we were at their area to loot. They took me out of the vehicle and they started beating me up with baseball bats.
Baba,
Yeah.
ngizokhona. Ngiyaxolisa ngokuba ngikuphazamisa. Ngesikhathi senzeka lezi zinto, ingane lezi uthe zikho ingane eziwu3 la emotweni.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Klaba, but you indicated,
Kwenzakalani la phakathi emotweni?
you had indicated earlier on that there were 3 kids
Yes,
in the
wa-
vehicle. So what was happening inside the vehicle?
Noma ngisho noma mina khathi bengikhipha bengibusela eceleni bengishala eceleni bengigoqisa ngamadolo bethi ngiqamba amanga ukuthi sizofa upetrol besolutha la mayithi ngibuka emotweni labafana abathathu engihamba nawo akubona abafana abancane ukuthi mhlawumbe ingane mhlawumbe abantu abano 16 18 kuthi vela ngilingani nabo yabo nabona bayabashaya.
When they took me out of the vehicle and started beating me up with baseball bats and instructed me to kneel on my knees, and they said, we are lying about going to Phoenix to get petrol. We were actually there for looting. When I checked in the vehicle, I realized that they were also beating up the young boys I was traveling with. It's not actually kids, they're not kids, it's just that they are young boys in the ages between 16 and 18. It's just that we are not, myself and them are not in the same age group.
Sorry baba, ngesisikhathi yenzekalayo lento, uzizwa njani wena?
The time this thing was happening, how did you feel?
Ngathi kakhulu singaxayeka ukuthi yenzekelani ibayenzelani lento kuthina noma siyachaza ukuthi noma basebebuzile ukuthi sisolutha ngathi imoto abayibheka bathola imoto ayinalutho etshengisa ukuthi inento zokuluthwa.
Well, I was shocked and confused because we had already told them we were not there for looting, and I even told them to check in the vehicle. There were no items maybe that you would presume were looted.
So emva kwalokho beqhubekeke beshaye into eyangikhalisa kakhulu manje mina bangishala ngiyabona uyabavimba lo mkhulu sakhona lo mkhulu kade ekhuluma nawe uthi hami sanokumshaya into engiyibona labafana abancane lapha emotweni eyibona bayalimala kakhulu noma babashanga amatshe and ngibona oyedwa khathi bephuma emotweni bezama ukubaleka engathi uyabadubula impela uyabadubula sebephuma abaphume emotweni bezama ukubaleka mina ngisamile la eduze kwemoto kuqiswe ngedolo lekhehla liyangivikela kodwa.
While they were beating us up, I could see that the old man that had spoken to me earlier on was trying to protect me and trying to stop them from what they were doing. And it pained me a lot to see that the boys that were in the car were being beaten up severely because they were throwing stones at them, and some of the boys tried to run away, and I could see that as they were running away, one of these people fired shots directing them to the boys.
Baba, zikuphi manje ingane? Lezi ziwu3 wohamba nazo.
Mr. Klaba, where are these 3 boys that you were traveling with?
Noma ngisho ukuthi noma ngibona lokho labafana sebengaphandle nabemotweni bayakhala labamemeza mina and bazama ukubaleka abaseke emotweni noma bengimemeza nje lawo bayaphuma emotweni bayabaleka babajaka bayabadubula.
The boys were no longer in the vehicle. They had jumped off the vehicle and they were running away, but also trying to call me. And they were screaming at me and calling me, but they were crying and trying to run away.
Okay, and namuhla zikuphi manje ingane?
Today,
Masithetha nje,
where are these
masikhuluma
children
zikuphi?
as we are speaking?
Hayi bakhona survivor sonke.
Well, they are alive. We all survived.
Ungaqhubeka baba?
You may proceed, sir.
Masethi lo mkhulu noma ngiqhubeka ngithi nje lo mkhulu abantu bengishaya lo mkhulu bengivikela noma abantu bengifuna ungibhusha omunye wazi wasondela wangishaya nge-pepper spray.
As they were continuing with beating me up, the old man was trying to protect me at all times, and some were even attempting to cut me with the bush knives.
Yes. Lase lithi angingene emotweni ngihamba. ngawusawufaka petrol. Imoto isamile izibe ishaya kodwa ke imoto imile lana. Yathi angene emotweni ngihamba.
He then said I must get in the car and drive away. I shouldn't even try to get petrol anymore. Because the vehicle was still there, although they were hitting it, but it was still there.
Ngabe sengena ke emotweni, ngingena emotweni lapho sengikufinish highway. Angisayi ngaseManteshcom la ngithi ngizophuma ngishona ngakhona nge-airport. Sengibuya ngingena ePhoenix ke manje noma ngala kuvinjiwe. Akusekho ukuyebuyela emuva, akusekho ukuthatha uright ngeManteshcom ngithathe ulokhuzana. Unoncoast umgwaqo ngale ngihambe nge-airport. Sekufanele ngibuye ngene ngala noma yona ndawo eyisavulekile ukuthi ngihambe ngemoto.
Well, as I drove off, I was on Phoenix Highway. I could no longer go to Mount Edgecombe direction as I had intended to, because the area was blocked. So I had to I had to continue on Phoenix Highway and proceed to Phoenix.
So ngashiya ke leso lokho ngadlula egarage ngadlula kulo roadblocks le ngidlula imoto ilimele sengihamba ngedwa abafana abancane ngihamba nabo angisababoni.
I then passed this group of people. I passed the garage. I couldn't fill petrol anymore. And the boys that I had been in company of were no longer there. I couldn't find them even when I looked for them.
Ngaqhubeka ngemoto anzange ngihambe nisho azange ngikade nisho 5 kilometers ngaphina ngahlala neni khona kulokhuzana kwi Phoenix Highway in a roadblock.
I drove on Phoenix Highway, and in less than 5 kilometers I came across another group.
Nakhona futhi ngathi ngiyazama ukuthi imoto ufuna uyijombisa vele yablockeka noma ngiyazi ngama bazongishaya. Ngathi mangiphuma ngaphuma ngababuza ukuthi yikwani ngishaya.
I then tried to drive through this group, but I couldn't. It was blocked. The vehicle stopped because it was blocked. And then I jumped off and asked them, why are they beating me up?
Baba,
Yeah.
ngesikhathi usuka khona lapho bume khona kuqala uzodrive manje usawuzibona ingane bazi kuphi uzizwa njani ngesikhathi ungazazi kuze kuphi ingane?
Mr. Klaba, when you drove off from the first group and you said you couldn't find, you couldn't see the boys, or how did that make you feel?
Inhliziyo yami ebuhlungu kakhulu noma abafana abancane abangasekhaya ngiyabaza abazali babo ngangibuza ngiphendula ukuthi izingane mayizifa noma ngiyishiya lana angikwazi ukuyibheka. Inhliziyo yami ebuhlungu kakhulu manje angazi ufike ngithini emakubo mangifika ngibuya sengihamba ngedwa sengitshethe ingane ngishiye ePhoenix.
It broke my heart because these were boys who reside in the area. I knew their parents. We were neighbors. So I was thinking as to what would I say when I get back home without the children or without the boys, and having to tell the parents that I left the boys in Phoenix.
Ngathi mangifika kule roadblock nakhona abangikhiphe ngenduku nakhona ngishawe ngilaliswe phansi la.
When I got to this roadblock, I was taken out of the vehicle. I was hit with sticks and caused to lie down.
Yes. Kwaqhamuka nje umfana nje omncane wendiya wangishaya ngesitini la ngemuva ngikhumbula kahle. Ngangilokhuzana nje wangishaya ngesitini ngilele lapho phansi.
A young Indian boy emerged and he hit me.
Ulokhuzana ibrickstone.
He hit me with a brick at the back of my head.
Kwasekuqhamuka umuntu ubaba
As I was lying down.
yes. Kwaqhamuka umuntu ubaba egqokise nje amalokhuzana. Indian na igqokise lezi igqoko lezi enomzimba omkhulu olight in color igqoko lezi ngoba lezi ngathi zamaSulumane. Wase yangibuza na same questions ukuthi ngifunani lana ngidla ngase ngathi ngamtshela ngizela ngizofaka petrol ngiyathuka sengiyashawa ngoba nami ngabona ukuthi mangilwe ngithi ngihlala kaMashu ngeke kusasiza lana ngase ngiyacabanga. Okay.
Another gentleman emerged who was wearing Muslim clothes and some hat. He asked me what I was doing there as they were busy beating me up. I informed him I was there to get petrol, and I realized that to say that I'm residing at KwaMashu wouldn't help at all.
Ngase ngicabanga ukuthi angabe ngisasho ngihlala kaMashu ngihlala eKhonope ngokuthi vele ngiyazi nje bengibuza address ngizobatshela khona umngane umfethu ohlala khona engijwayele.
I decided not to disclose I was residing at KwaMashu. I told them, I was going to tell them that I reside in Konubia. I knew that if they asked for an address, I would give them an address because there is a gentleman who stays at Konubia
So
that I know.
Baba,
Yeah.
roadblock lesibili likuphi lapha mawuphuma khona lapha eSbury manje lesibili likuphi?
sengijikile ngoEspen ngangena kuFinish Highway.
Yebo.
Angihambanga ngisho u5 kilometers ngahlangana nene yesibili iyona lengishoyo la ngashawa khona ngesitini la ngemuva. Umfana omncane nje Indian guy ikhona lapha.
Question was, whereabout was the second roadblock? And the responses, it was still on Phoenix Highway. I was
Yeah.
driving on Phoenix Highway.
Yes.
In less than 5 kilometers, I then came across the second roadblock.
Usakhumbula kuphi lapha Phoenix Highway?
Mhlawumbe ungathi mamaphi nje,
Ngeke ngibe
mawusakhumbula
nesiqiniseko
mamaphi no
ukuthi
Phoenix
kodwa
Highway.
indawo engayikhomba mawukuthiwa ngithatha ngobeka noma ngeke ngisho noma manje awukho umgwaqo ophumayo usemgwaqweni nje. But
Well,
indawo engakwazi ukuyikhomba manje ngathatha ngafike ngikhomba ukuthi ayila nala.
I can't really tell you where about on Phoenix Highway because there is no road intersecting on in that vicinity. But if I were to be taken there, I can be able to point out where the roadblock was.
So isisangibuza ke lo baba nabanye abashaya imoto ngalana bayivula benza yonke into uzolutha la nathi sokulutha besho kanjalo bejabula le nto engathi igame akubona bebehleka yabo.
So as this gentleman was still questioning me about what I was doing there, the others were hitting the vehicle and they were opening the doors of the vehicle. They looked happy and they were laughing and they were saying, "You are here to loot, we will also loot you."
Bengishaya ke bengithuka kwase qhamuka imoto eyipholo emhlophe eyisedan. Leyo
So
moto
as they were beating me up and throwing insults at me, a white Polo hatchback emerged.
isedan.
Oh, sorry, a sedan.
Yes.
Yes, emerged.
Mayifika ipaka la ngisalalisiwe lapho phansi bengishaya kade ihamba amaphoyisa awu2 ama Indian guy.
So when this Polo emerged, it came and parked there whilst they were beating me up. This Polo was occupied by 2 Indian police officials.
And now ngangabona ukuthi amaphoyisa ukuthi ngaphandle ngizongidiscover ukuthi ngibona ama bulletproof abawafakile ayibhala police noma imoto engamakhiwe nabegqoke private clothes.
I couldn't tell initially that they were police because the vehicle in which they were traveling was not marked and they were also in civilian clothes. So I only realized they were police when I saw the bulletproof that they were wearing, bulletproofs.
So kuloko ngishaya kanje lapho kwafike bethi abangiyekele nokuthi ngibona amaphoyisa mase ngisondela kubona ngibacelela ukuthi ngicela ukuthi ba at least cela aba escort bangikhiphe la ePhoenix noma sengingenile angikwazi ngizophuma kanjani sengisaba nokuqhubeka noma kusho ukuthi lo sengiyabona ukuthi ama roadblocks maningi lana
Bethi akakiyekele kusho bani?
kusho labafana abafika bamaphoyisa la.
So as the beating up was continuing, when these 2 police gentlemen arrived, they told them to let go of me. And when I saw them, I thought I should ask them to at least escort me out of Phoenix, because I could realize that I can no longer proceed in that direction because there were more roadblocks by the look of things.
Hayi bangavela bangitshela ukuthi angene emotweni ngeke bakwazi ukungisiza. Angene emotweni ngihambe lento engizoyenza. Ngokulandela ngizofa uma ukuthi le ngimile lana kule ngichaza bona into abangisiza bona ukuthi nje angisuke la. Ngithi ngiyabacela nawe la sengiyopha lana noma ngikhuluma nami ngithi ngicela ukuthi ngihambe nani banqaba.
Well, they told me, we cannot help you. All you can do is get in the vehicle and drive off. Because if you remain here and continue explaining, you will end up dying. I was bleeding at that time, and I requested that they help me and escort me, but they told me they cannot be able to help. So I should just drive off.
Ngesikhathi bafika kuwena usalele phansi yini?
Yeah,
When
bafika
they
ngilele phansi.
reached you, were you still lying down?
Yeah,
Yes.
angilele phansi ma.
Yes, I was still lying down.
And then ngesikhathi bathi ngena emotweni, imoto yakho isimo sayo sinjani?
When they told you to get in the car, how was your car at that time?
Yeah, ilimele kakhulu. Ngangithuka nje noma ngena kuyona isadume nje la eyiphahlazwe ngamawindi inembobo zeinhlamvu ishayiwe nje. Angifike ngithuke mangibathi ngipressa lokho uzathi start imoto idume futhi ihambe.
It was damaged badly. It had holes, bullet holes, windows, and the screens were shattered. It was damaged, and I was surprised when I got in the vehicle and pressed start to start the ignition, and it would still start the way the vehicle was damaged.
And then ngesikhathi abakhuluma nawe, ikhona nje isikhathi bakutshelile ukuthi iye police station because uthi bathe kuwena ngena emotweni uhambe. Bakutshelile ukuthi uye police station
When they were speaking to you, did they ever say, go to the police station, or they just told you, get in the car and drive off?
Azange basho ngepolice station. Bangithetha ngihambe nje ngizofa la. Into bangitshela yona. Ingakho ngangibacela bangi-escort banqaba. And bangitshela lokho futhi bangene emotweni bayahamba. But still bafuna ungishaya nabo labantu laba bengishaya.
They didn't tell me that. They just told me to get in the car and drive off because I will die. And they also, after that, got in the vehicle and they drove off. And as all that was happening, these people were still beating me up.
Bangivulela ke le lokuza yabo lamathayi evula bawaphusha nezinene nezitamkhokha bayebekile la bayiphusha ecela bathi angihambe. Ngiyadlula. Lo roadblock esibili ngisakuwona Phoenix Highway ngiza ngakoma police station noma ngiyayazi police station yase Phoenix.
So they then removed those things that they had used in barricading the road, the tires and all the things that had been used there. They allowed me to pass. I was still on Phoenix Highway, and as I was driving off now, I was going to the direction where the police station is, because I know where the police station is.
Ngathi sahamba into yangenza ngangena police station ngabona ipolo hatchback ehamba abafana ababili abamnyama ishawa nakhona ekade izongena ukwazi ukungena ngo left ye police station bayashawa nabo ngabona ukuthi uma ngijika nami la ngeke ngidlula ngadlula police station kodwa nje angazi ngabona ukuthi khona abafana abawu2 abamnyama kuyona ishawa nayo iphahlazwa manje kuphahlazwa le moto le should babe nabo zama approach police station bebaleka bavinjwa.
As I was driving off, and I couldn't go to the police station, and the reason being is, as I was approaching, I saw another Polo that was on the lane that you could see that these people were trying to drive to the police station, and that Polo was occupied by 2 black gentlemen, and they were being beaten up. So I realized I would also not be able to reach the police station. I then drove straight.
Ngesikhathi ubona lokho akuphi amaphoyisa wona?
When you saw that, where were police?
Ayengeka amaphoyisa lapho nalawa engayade ngisizela phayana ahamba lawa ehamba ewu2
There were no police there.
ahamba kuqala lapha ngasala athi ngene emotweni ngila wona besuka eduma nami ngene emotweni fast ngasi ngihamba yena
There were no
Aye
police.
ngasekho.
Okay. There were no police there. And even the police that had helped me initially, they were also not there because they got into the car and they drove away. They even left me there, so I drove after them.
so ngidlula police station kumgwaqo ofrepa police station ngisengibheke ngase Phoenix Plaza ngikhumbula kahle ngafika ase Phoenix Plaza umgwaqo ongathi ufakwe ongathi ubekwe amapipe lawa amanzi umkhulu kumgwaqo lapha yana awubekwa amapipe sorry evimbile umgwaqo kuyindawo encane ngalayo yokudlula ngifice ezini imoto nalapho futhi ngingene kuzona
Amen. So I drove and passed the road that leads to the police station. I drove straight on Phoenix Highway, and as I was approaching Phoenix Plaza, when I got there, the road was closed with water pipes, big water pipes, and there was only a small space to pass on the side. There were other vehicles that were there, so I joined those vehicles.
Baqaba.
yeah
Mawudlula khona ngase police station, yes sizobuyela ngase lokho ngase plaza ezoshilo. Mawudlula ngase police station, zikuphi imoto zamaphoyisa lapho?
When you passed the police station, Mr. Klaba, where were police vehicles?
ayike ngayibona ngokuthini mawudlula la Phoenix Highway I police station kuulu ama parking akhona ngithanga le back angizange ngikwazi ukubona ngale noma mina azange ngiphume emotweni ngangila Phoenix Highway phela le moto kuphela ngayibona nje la beyismasha la kulomgwaqo engakufuneka ngene ngawo nama ukuthi ufuneka police station azange ngikwazi ukubona kahle ukuthi izo ingaki imoto ezayise police station.
I couldn't see any police cars because the police station building is quite big, so the parking is on the other side. So as I was on the road and I didn't jump off my vehicle, I couldn't see any police cars. The only car that I saw was the one that they were busy hitting on the road that goes to the police station.
So zazingekho zasemgaqweni.
On the road.
Emgaqweni
There were no police cars.
ezazikhona emgaqweni engayidlula ezayivutha ezayishisiwe engazazi kwakwezobani mhlawumbe ezu2 engayibona khona Phoenix Highway zisha.
The only two vehicles I saw on Phoenix Highway, I drove past those vehicles and they were burning. I do not know the owners of those vehicles.
But aizo zamaphoyisa.
They were
Kwangazona-
not police cars.
No bengazona zamaphoyisa.
No, they were not police cars.
Okay, manje ubusakhuluma ngelokhuzana ngeplaza, kwenzakala neplaza.
You were still
Oh.
speaking about the Phoenix Plaza, so tell us what was going on there.
Oh noma ngase Phoenix Plaza ngase ngicabanga ukuthi awona akusekude ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngiphume la Phoenix noma ngiyazi mangidlula yona ngizoqhamuka le Phoenix Industry. Othi ngizama uncenga noma nathi nezimoto ezine ziyahamba manje lezi imoto engilandelayo ezabantu bakhona la Phoenix ezamandiya zishayelwa amandiya ngilandela ngemuva mina so noma ngiza ngangiyilandela
Qedela.
ngiyilandela kukhona umgwaqo ongenayo all-right okuthi uLenham onyukela uzofika eWest Ham moya phambili lapha khona i-roadblock.
Well, these vehicles that I had seen near the Phoenix Plaza, I realized those vehicles were driven by Indian people. So I decided to join them and follow them. And I knew that as I was driving, I heard there would be
Ngayibona.
Phoenix Industry.
Yes.
So turning on Laneham, no West Ham.
Umgwaqo owodwa lapha kwafuneka ongena ngo-right okuthi uLenham oqhamuka ukukhiphela eWest Ham egarage le ethu iShell phezulu.
So there was an intersecting road called Laneham. It was on the right, and that road would take you to West Ham.
Ngokuthi ke ngibona ukuthi hayi ngeke la ngithi ufuna ukuya ngakhona mina Phoenix Industry hayi ngathi kushube kakhulu noma ngabona umuntu olele phansi angazi kodwa isidumo ngabona nje umuntu wesilisa elele nakhona ngibona abantu bephethe ama-rifles abantu bahamba nezinja hayi ngabona ngeke ngidlule laphana mina nawa nalamandiya layo ngangalandela angena ngolenham nami ngangena ngawo.
So I realized I couldn't drive straight to Phoenix Industry because I realized the situation was even worse that side. I did see on my way a man lying down, and I saw people carrying rifles and people in company of dogs. So I followed these cars that were ahead of me, and they were taking Laneham. I also took that road.
Kanti zothi masijika ngawo lenham lo ngitshela ukuthi hayi mhlawumbe ngcono ngakhona akuphelanga sikhashana ngisaqhamule kune roadblock futhi nakhona enkulu ifana same thing nale ngibalekela la izansi.
When we took Laneham, we didn't drive for a long distance. We came across another roadblock.
Masifika kule roadblock le ngithi ngake imoto esine ya imoto esi4 kulezi imoto zonke bayidlulise go mabefika kumina avele bahlebe ethi khona nawe la bathuthi uvela imoto siyabonakala ukuthi noma isimeshiwe usho mhlawumbe umuntu omnyama ohamba ngayo bangivimbe.
The drivers that were ahead of me were allowed to pass. They kept on saying, go, go. I think my vehicle was the 4th on the line. So when it was my turn to pass, they started laughing and saying, oh, you are also here. I believe they could see the vehicle was already damaged, so they realized it was a black person.
Athi bengimisa nje hayi ngabona ukuthi hayi lana angidluli indlela abephethe ngayibhamu izikhali nakhona futhi suthi into engayi-discover wonke lama roadblock ayinabantu abawaphethe ili kwakhona ilida yakhona nakhona nje i-tall nje eyinde nedark usawubhuti nje akuyena umuntu omdala kakhulu wangi-approach same time lapho wayeza kumina.
So when I reached this roadblock, I realized I was not going to be able to pass because of the weapons that were there. I realized every roadblock that was conducted, there would be a ringleader in that group. So in this group, there was a tall Indian gentleman. He was not too old, but just a tall gentleman.
Wangikhiphela emotweni ke uzokwenzani lana nakhona bangithuke bangibiza ngenja kaZuma kunlo kade ngikusho nje ngithuka ngamagama amaningi ikhefero zochathi niyazi la sonibulala.
So they started swearing at me. They called me Zuma's dog and all the things I kept on saying. They called me a kefa and they said, I think I know, we think we know.
Baqala ke bangishaya ke nabo ke futhi ke ungishayeni kwabo la i-baseball bat khona bangishaya la embambeni lapho bangishaya isandla savuka la same time la ihlombe.
They started beating me up with a baseball bat on my ribs and on my arm. That's when my arm got swollen.
Bangihlalise phansi ngesinqa bathi angihlale phansi ngesinqa ke lapho azange ngiguqe ngabathi angihlale phansi ngesinqa. Kanti lapho ngizothi ngisahleli qhamuke umama omnyama ngithi la mhlawumbe early 50s or late 40s.
Well, they hit me on my right arm with a baseball bat and it swelled. So they also instructed me to sit.
Yes, emgaqweni ngezinqa ngingahlala nganabo.
To sit on my bums on the road. So I sat there with my legs straight. A black old lady emerged. I think she was around her early 50s.
Qhamuka uyakhala bamshaya uvuza igazi bashuthi babefuna ukuhlalisa naye la nabo bampushela la kumina. Gode dog bamthuka na umama umdala uphethe uplastic bangicola mhlawumbe i-domestic worker lapha ePhoenix.
So as she emerged, she was crying, she was bleeding, they were beating her up and they wanted the both of us to sit there on the road. She was carrying a plastic bag. I believe she was working there in Phoenix as a domestic worker, maybe.
Ngesisikhathi ubona umama,
Yeah.
uzizwa njani? Ushayiwe nawe uhleli phansi emgaqweni manje ubona umama omdala.
Yeah.
Uzizwa njani ngesisikhathi umama yena mombhekile kwenzakalani kuyena?
So when you saw this old lady crying, being beaten up, and you were also beaten up, you are sitting there, she's bleeding, how did that make you feel? They wanted her to sit there with you on the road. How did it all make you feel?
Inhliziyo yami abakuhlungu kakhulu uma ngibona umama omdala kanjana eshawa abafana abancane bemshayela ukuthi uzolutha umama ephethela uplastic ukuthi ngifuna bengize etohweni bese ngiphumile mina bamshaya.
It broke my heart to see an old lady being beaten up by young boys. And she was explaining, she's carrying this plastic bag and she was explaining that she had been to her work. She was coming back from work and they were beating her up.
Bemshaya lo mama bemphusha naye ezohlala la kumina babethi asihlalela sobabili kwaqhamuka omunye futhi indengane ngathi umfishana omnyama naye ayiphethe isibhamu eseyishotgun.
So this lady is crying, they pushed her to sit down with me on the road. Another Indian gentleman emerged. He was short, black in complexion, dark in complexion, and he was carrying a shotgun.
Ya wafika nje yena engathi impela ayifuna ukuqeda ngathi ngesibhamu noma wathi fika wadubula imoto wadubula isondo la left emotweni ngikhumbula kahle nawasihleli la mina la front emoto buyena uqhama le side ngala uqhama nje ukuthi why sisahleli kanje abe sabula wadubula imoto adubula lokuzana isondo lemoto.
So when this gentleman arrived, I could see that he just wanted to finish us with the gun he was carrying, because he started shooting at the car. He shot at the left tire. So I'm seeing this as we were sitting in front of the vehicle and he was on the left side. And he was asking, why are we still sitting there instead of us being killed?
And ngesisikhathi akho moto yamapolisa or awekho nje enhlobo okwenzakala.
At that time, were there no police vehicles at the vicinity?
Ayengekho amaphoyisa.
There were no police,
Ayengekho.
none.
Sesondelile lo bhuti asondele la noma ngihlele ngaphansi futhi umuntu efuna ukudubula kuqala koyimini noma wasondela shuthi limvimbe leli engishilo ukuthi ring leader noma isibhamu eza ngase ebusweni nje shusha ethi uzongidubula mhlambe ekhanda leli limphushe limbuyisele eceleni.
So he then approached me, and as he was charging towards me, he pointed the gun at my head. Maybe he wanted to shoot me on my head, but the ringleader, then the one that looked like a ringleader, stopped him and pushed him aside. And I could see he wanted to start to shoot me first.
Lapho ngase ngizwa abanye bethi we know this guy but angibazi. Yabo noma ngiyasho mina ukuthi ngihlale khona lapha nginokudlula la noma ampela laphana wazosiza ukuthi uzogcine qamba amanga mawuzo lokuthi usuka mhlawumbe lokushini bazokubulala straight.
So I heard some of them saying, no, we know this guy. I didn't even know or see those people, because I had to lie and say I was residing in Konubia, because in that situation I was facing, you were forced to lie, because if you had to tell the truth as to where you stay and where you are trying to get to, it was not going to help.
Ukuphi umama ngesikhathi bakhomba
Umama nanginaye la uhleli phansi uyakhala uyavuza futhi ngathi base bemshaya ngamabush knife yena wayenamanxeba amakhulu kunami isekhanda isezandleni.
The old lady was crying and sitting down on the ground, and she had big cuts. It looked as though they'd cut him with bush knives. She had cuts on her body, arms, and head. She was bleeding.
So besaphikisana kanjalo ke bokho noma ngempela befuna ukusidubula lona kwaqhamuka security ayu2 ayihamba nge-event ethiwa i-Chevy utility. Yizi ngisakhumbula ukuthi yayibhala ukuthini, but akuyona i-reaction, yeni security reaction ngiyawazi amaveni akhona. Yangayona i-reaction, kwako abantu abamnyama abawu2 abaphuma emotweni babephethe ama-rifle, ibhamu enkulu.
In that moment, a white utility bakkie, Chev bakkie, emerged. It was private security, occupied by 2 black males. They were carrying big rifles. I know it was not from Reaction Unit, but just another company, because I know the Reaction Unit.
Baphuma ke emotweni begijima beza la kuthina nalo mama lawo. Bamisa abakhuluma naleli engishilo i-rig leader lo uthi why shower yini esitholakala kuthina noma shower kanjeni makuthiwa siyalutha.
So they jumped out the vehicle, they approached us, and the ringleader, as these people were arguing, these gentlemen emerged, approached and asked them why were we being beaten up and what had we done. Did they find any items with us? All those questions.
Ngathola ukuthi ke babatshela into abayitholile kuthina, phosi babuza isishawelani. Azoyedwa ngumina umuntu abesale nabo ebe ngibuza ukuthi ngiqhamuka wabo ngimtshele.
So they responded and told them they did not find any items on us. So they were asking them, why are you then assaulting them? Then one of these gentlemen approached me.
Wase eyangitshela ukuthi into abazoyenza bazongi-escort abangikhiphe la noma bengishiya la bazosibulala labantu. Sinomama lo so yeah.
He asked me where I was coming from and told me that they would help and escort us out of this area, because if they were ever to leave us in that area, we would die, myself and the old lady.
So sathi futhi samile sakhona lapha impela kulenhem kule roadblock le waseqhamuka imoto yamaphoyisa eyi-range enganakhenopha emhlophe even.
Whilst we were still there on Laneham, a white police bakkie,
engamakhiwe kodwa.
Range Rover, what? A Ranger?
Yeah, i-Range Rover i-double cab engamakhiwe.
White, unmarked
Yes.
Range Rover.
Yeah, not range.
Ranger.
Ford Range.
Ford Ranger. It was unmarked and it was a police vehicle.
Was injani ukuthi it's a police vehicle?
How did you know it was a police vehicle?
Kwaqhamuka yona iphoyisa lendiya nenomuntu omnyama. Nabo futhi ngababona ukuthi bamaphoyisa ngibona ama-bulletproof. Babefaka ingubo zabo nami. Yila ngabona khona ukuthi anda amaphoyisa noma yafika apake eduze kwale utility la. Sahleliswe ngisesiphasola ama-security asesimise ngeenyawo. Asebemile ukushakota imoto basayishaya.
Right. Well, when this vehicle arrived, it was occupied by 2 police officials, 1 black official and 1 Indian official. Although they were not in civilian in uniform, they were in civilian clothing. However, I did see the bulletproofs that they were wearing. So when they arrived, we were now standing on our feet. We're no longer sitting down, but they were still hitting the vehicle.
So asondele amaphoyisa mase angitshela mfowethu ufunani la ngimtshela bekade ngizengani ngase ngiyabacela ucela abangi-escort noma ade amaphoyisa efika engishiya khona mina angibabonile angangisiza ngicela bangi-escort bathi okay sizokwazi uku-escort.
When one came to me and asked me what I was doing there, I explained to him and asked that they escort me. And I further told him that there were other police that came to the scenes, but no one helped me. So he promised they would escort me.
Or escort ubani baqaba amaphoyisa or ama-security?
Ama-security,
Who escorted you? Was it police or private security?
ama-private security lawana asala nomama ngicabanga ukuthi wona iwana athatha umama amambisa la yangakhona. Mina ngase asethi amaphoyisa lawa angiwalandele azongikhipha phezulu ngaseWSM ngiphume ngomakhelwane be-Phoenix kuthiwise ikobhambayi.
Yebo.
Okay. The private security gentleman remained with the old lady. I believe they are the ones who were going to take her home. I was then escorted by the police, and they took me through West Ham. They told me they would drive me through West Ham, and then I would be able to exit Phoenix through the neighboring areas like Bambai.
Ngoba njalo ke lamaphoyisa athi angidumisa imoto aduma imoto isidubulekile njalo ngincenga selidubulile isondo lo bhuti futhi basebengasekho labo bhuti abephethe ibhamu sabana sebenyamalelile sebekhona namaphoyisa.
So the police instructed me to start the vehicle. I did so, and it did start. Although it was damaged, it had been shot at, and the other gentleman had shot on the tire. But I was able to drive it steadily and to be able to drive off. So I realized the other people that had been carrying guns were no longer present. They had disappeared when the police emerged.
Ngalandela amaphoyisa kanjalo yize ngazange ngikhiphe directly lokhuzana ePhoenix angitshengisa umgwaqo athi awamama ngathi masifika ukuthi angisawazi ugama lomgwaqo engafika safika phezulu basabanje sangene ngawo ngo left masiphuma la kuLenham bathi mohamba ngalo umgwaqo uyozufike endaweni uzofica abantu abamnyama lapho sasiyona indawo yamandi usiyobuza kubona ukuthi uphuma kanjani uyakamasho.
I then followed the police, and they drove me on Laneham, and we got to a certain road where they told me I should take that turn and drive straight on that road. And they told me it is no longer a place it is not a place that is occupied by Indians, but I would find black people, and those black people would then help me with directions as to how I would exit the area.
Kanjalo ke sahamba ngempela afika ngitshengisa ngani mangifika ngempela lapho sengibona ukuthi nakhona ngifika kupaka ezinye imoto eziphahlakile amawindi idutshuliwe ngiyabona ngempela nakhona kugcwala abantu abamnyama afike ngapaka imoto ke lapho shuthi bezeke kumina awusinde kanjani uqhamukapi yabo leyo nto bengibuza nje into eziningi.
So I drove on that road as directed by police, and indeed when I got there I could see it was now black people that were in that area. I found other cars there that were damaged. They had bullet holes, and then they started asking me how did I survive and where I was coming from.
Ngabatshela ukuthi akade ngiyofa upetrol nginendlela ekade ngise-airport sebe baba sorry ngalokho. So noma ngikhuluma nje nakhona umfana nje umuntu ohleli la uyama nge-I20 eceleni ayilimale njengale moto uyakhala la eceleni.
So I told them I was trying to find petrol and that I had intended to go to the airport. So when I told them my story, they felt sorry for me, and there was another boy who was sitting on the side. He was driving an I20 and he was crying. It was also damaged.
Ngibuza ukuthi ukhayelani mfana bathi hayi noma ekhala unaka umngane wakhe lapha emotweni ushonile bamdubulile manje la uqhama ngakhona. Ngathi mangibuka ngempela nasi isidumbu sibekwe ngala somfana nje umsamncane mhlawumbe la ku age of 20 or 21 inhlamvu ingelela sifubeni.
So when I asked why he was crying, they told me that this gentleman had been driving in the same area I had been driving in, and that his friend is in the vehicle. He was shot as they were on the road. So when I looked, I did see a body of a male around 20 to 21.
Yeah, umfana omncane.
It was just a young boy, and he was shot in the chest.
So ngabona ukuthi ngalana ayikho into engisayihlalele noma akuphephile nami ngisabona nedumbu angizami unceka ngale moto. So into esingishaya ifoni ngiyitshethi ifoni yami ilahlile kanti ifoni futhi iwile angena ngaphansi kwesithi noma ngase ngiphumile nje imoto ngaphuma kuyona abantu abangibhekela ke izinto emotweni abangitshela kanti bazoyithola ifoni yami ingene ngaphansi kwesithi.
So I realized I was not even safe in that area because there's now dead bodies that I'm seeing. So I decided I should leave and try to drive away. So my problem was that I couldn't find my phone. I thought I had lost it. So the people there were trying to help me and look for my things. They found the phone, it had fell under the seat, the car seat, and they gave it to me.
Banginikeza ke ifoni abangitshela bathola ukuthi futhi ezinye izinto esemotweni zaseyithathiwe nje ibuko zasisilengiswana naye zathathwa ezu2 ama USB emotweni noma ngangibezwa bethi vele bangilutha kanti bengishaya imoto beyikhipha into abayifunayo phakathi lase kuthathiwe kusho ukuthi ifoni abayibonanga noma eyiwele ngaphansi.
Well, I couldn't find other items that were in the vehicle, such as the sunglasses that belonged to my partner. They were taken, the 2 pairs of sunglasses and the USBs. I had overheard some of them saying, "We are now looting you." So I assumed they had taken those items during that saga.
So ngabe sengiyafona yena nami upartner ngimtshela ukuthi ngengisazi ukufika lapho sengivelelwe ingozi efinisi ngithi ngiza lapho so ngizozama ukuthi imoto ngiyincenge until ngifike la ngizoyipaka khona ezoba safety.
I then phoned my partner. I told her I can no longer be able to fetch her and explained I had come across these incidents and as I was trying to go and fetch her. So I told her I would now drive the vehicle and try to find a safe place where I would park it.
Bangichazela ke noma ibhamba ngiyazi kahle abantu bakhona ebhamba kodwa bangichazela ukuthi noma indawo engiyazi mina ngophumela ezantsi ko indawo enthuso sohlange bangichazela imigwaqo yalapho engase mase ngifike ohlanga sengiyakwazi ukubona indawo noma phela kwakusenanda lapha.
So the people of Bambai then gave me directions as to how to exit this area because I'm not too familiar with Bambai, but I was able to drive down to a place I'm familiar with, which is at Ohlange.
Ngayincenga ke imoto injalo ngaze ngafika kaBesta. Angifika kaBesta nakhona ngangasavumiki ngidrive amapheni enganginawo ngazama ukuyipaka imoto khona ngifuna ukuthi afonela ufethu okhazini wami oyiphoyisa ucela bezongilanda angisengihlule ukudrive imoto la ngilimele.
I then drove the vehicle damaged as it was until I reached Besta. And when I reached Besta, that's when I phoned my cousin, who is a police official, and told them I could not drive anymore because I was in pain, I had too much pain. And I informed them to come and fetch me.
So ngathi ngisakhona futhi apho kaBesta hayi isimo asikho sibi ngangiphezulu ebridgeini la ngezantsi up and down kuyaphithizela kanti manje ngizoqhuma ibhamu nakhona kadutshulwana ayingabona engikwazi ukuma lana ngeke angincenge futhi imoto mama ngathi ngimile bangibuza ngiphi base ngithola ama direction beze ngimina hayi ngathi ngabe ngiseza lana nala ngikhona akukho kuhle ladutshulwana ngathi ngisekhona no security ke lapha ezathi ngibona ngiphezulu ngathi hayi ngaze ngidubuleka la ngazama ukuthi imoto ngayidumbisa.
So as I was still parked there and I saw that I was at the top on the bridge, I saw that under the bridge there was some commotion going on there, and when I heard the gunshots being fired, I then told them as they were trying to get directions to get to me, I told them not to come anymore because it was not safe. So I would try and drive through.
Babuxaba, sorry.
Yeah.
Kukuphi eBesta? Because manje usitshelile ukuthi uphumile ePhoenix, wangena eBhambayi,
Yeah.
washona khona eNanda. Manje useBesta ubona lokhu kwenzeka la khona. Kukuphi lapha eBesta?
You did tell us you drove away from, you left Phoenix and you reached Bambai, you reached Inanda,
Yes.
and now you are talking about Besta. Where about is Besta?
Besta uphathi wePhoenix noMashu. Ngingasho ukuthi indawo elokuzana abantu abazakhela ekade imkhukhu uqala basebenikwe imixhaso. Ilanga kunanda highway noma mina ngathi ngifika ngathi ngiqhamuwele ohlange ngase ngakwazi uapproach uNanda highway leyo ngase ngibuya ngawo ngisuke eNanda ngiza ngase engakamashu sengibuya. So ngabe sengifika ngabhesa uBesta nje indawo encane between uMashu nePhoenix.
Besta?
Ngase Mall Bridge City.
Besta is a small location where people came and settled, and initially there were shacks there, but now there are RDP houses. It's in between Phoenix and KwaMashu. It is near
Bridge City.
near the Bridge City Mall.
So nalapho ngabona ukuthi angikho safety la ngoba kwase kukhwalele noma mina mhlawumbe ngaphuma ePhoenix ngoba ikhathi mhlawumbe kwako ngingene khona ngo5 ngaze ngaphuma koshawo past 7 ebusuku.
Well, it was getting dark and I realized it's not even safe to be there because I had left Phoenix around 7:30, having arrived at around 5.
So imoto ngazama ukuthi kuyidumisa ngalapha akusadrive ngisanda sa right asesingasafuni asingasasebenzi stretch ngizama ukudrive ngo left ngaze ngafika kwaMashu isection ka A.
I then tried to drive. I was now not able to drive with my right hand. It was no longer functioning, so I only used my left hand, and I drove until KwaMashu, section A.
Yes, section A uboka malume wami. Ngafika khona ke ngabamemeza bangivulela igate. Ayifaka imoto ngaphakathi. Baphuma bathuka ke nabo.
At A section KwaMashu, that's where my uncle's house is. So when I got there, I screamed at them and they opened the gate for me. I then parked the vehicle inside the premises. They came out.
Bathuka ke nje bamemeza phela abantu abadala ukuthi kwabe kwenze njani limazoba umbuso kanjena ingasho ukuthi ngisinde ePhoenix but into engiphethe kabuhlungu i1 bengihamba nezingane zangasekhaya abafana abathathu angibazi ngibashiye khona babonile beshawa bebaleka.
So they started screaming and asking what happened to you, who hit you, Mbuso. I told them I was assaulted in Phoenix, and I further told them that what broke my heart was that I had been in company of 3 boys, and I left them there, and I did see that they were also being assaulted.
So ngisalapho ke noma ifoni ngangiyiphethe ngidecide ukuthi awuthi ke ngifonele phezulu ka D ngithola labafana mhlawumbe bakafiki yini o kwenzakaleni ngabo. Nginoma ngifonela umfethu omunye ngihlala naye ukuthi uMabhiza athi kwangcono ngafona noma bese befonile oThabiso no Mfani.
Ngabafana labo uhamba nabo.
Okay.
So I then decided to call someone at D section to check if the boys did not arrive. I phoned Mabhiza, and when I phoned him, he said it's a good thing that I called because Tabiso and Tabiso Noban?
No Fani.
Tabiso and Fani had already called.
Yeah, bafonile bathi bawashike ngami nama abangazi ngibaleke ngemoto ngishawa mandiya esidubula base beyasho ukuthi bona bakwazi ukubaleka ngenyawo ngemigwaqo emincane le noma sho lapha babengayigadile imigwaqo emincane babedila nje kumgwaqo omkhulu Phoenix Highway bevimbe imoto baze bafika epolice station.
So they said the boys mentioned that they were calling because they were worried about me, since they had left me being beaten up by Indians. And they further explained that they were able to flee the area using the smaller roads, because what was happening there, they were not really focusing on the small roads, but the main roads. So the boys were able to flee until they reached the police station.
I-police station la kuphi?
Yase
From where?
Phoenix.
Police station from where?
Ba liyase Phoenix. Le mina ngazange kwazi ukungena kuyona ngokuthi imoto ngabona ukuthi ngeke ifike. Bona babaleka ngenyawo bakwazi ukuthi bazobofika khona.
Okay. The Phoenix police station, because I also tried to go to Phoenix police station and realized I cannot be able to reach it, but the boys were able to run on foot and finally reach the police station.
Manje ukuthi ulimele uyeni nesibhedlela?
So you did say you were injured, so
Yes.
when did you go to the hospital?
Ngalo langa angizange nje ngiqala ngesibhedlela indlela engangiyona ngathi ngizolala mhlawumbe ngizosibona ngakusasa. Ngokucabanga kwami ngakusasa indlela engangilimele ngayo noma nganganawo ukuthi mhlambe ngangibleeda kakhulu. Ngangibleeda nje ngangishaya khona ngesitini. Ngase ngithi hayi noma ngathi mangithiwa epolyclinic kaMashi nakhona indlelaekusetshenzwa ngayo ayikho indlela ephuthumayo kusebenza endaweni engahambe ngaze ngithi ngeke ngiye ngase ngikhuluma lo sisi lengizona nawe ukuthi abangizamela ama painkillers bangitholelana basekhaya ngangizange ngiqama mazange ngiye esibhedlela ngahlala ekhaya ngayilapha mina lezi zinto abengilethela zona.
I did not even try to go to the hospital. I just decided to sleep at home. I asked my girlfriend to give me or to organize some painkillers. So I self-medicated myself because I heard that there is not enough service at the polyclinic in KwaMashu. I decided not to even go there.
So
And the witness did mention he was bleeding on
Yeah,
the injury where they had hit him
yeah.
with a brick on his head.
So kwaba into kanjalo until ke kuze kudlula 2 days ngase ngihamba ngovula icala nakhona angizange ngilivule ePhoenix icala.
Oh, okay, sizocela usinikeze ama dates khona lapho because
Shuthi
the instance yenzeke nge-12.
Nge-12 kwaba ulesibili futhi i13 kwaba ulokhuzana
I-14.
ulesithathu i14 yona ngesithi kwadlula 2 days futhi kwaba ulesine.
Also 15 manje.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yeah.
So I only went to open the case on the 14th, which would be
I-15 sis one.
on the 15th.
Yes. A police station airport ngala kusebenza khona usisi lengizwana naye. Noma ngeke ngikhona kuya ePhoenix ngendlela umqondo owawudemesheke ngayo isihluku amandiya esenza kuthina sabantu abamnyama.
I was only able to go and open the case on the 15th, which would be 2 days after the incident. So I went to the police station that is near the airport. I couldn't go to Phoenix because of the experience I had suffered there and how the Indians had abused me.
Ngicela ukubuyela kancane kulento oshoyo baba.
Yeah.
Ukhe wabuyela khona manje Phoenix after i-12 uza July.
Have you been to Phoenix after the 12th of July?
Hayi ngeke ngazi ngiye ePhoenix.
No, I've never been.
Awona manje mangicabanga ngiyayisaba noma manje ngivele ngicabanga into ezangenzakala nje. Mhlawumbe indawo engiseke ngadlula kuyona eMount Edgecombe. Angaze ngifike eqiqile ePhoenix.
I've never been to
Nje
Phoenix.
mangicabanga isangibuyisela yonke lento enzakalayo noma angizazi ngasinda kanjani.
I'm afraid to go there, even when I think of the things that happened to me, and I'm still wondering how I was able to survive. So I've never been to Phoenix. I'm scared to go there. The only place I've been to is Mount Edgecombe.
Angalo ngisaqhubeka noma seku-right.
Okay, but uthi mawusisho uthi uyasaba uyakhona. Ukhe walithola nje usizo after kwenzeke lesi siganeko lapha ePhoenix.
So you did mention you are scared to go there. Have you received any help after the incident that occurred in Phoenix?
Ukuthi angazi uchaza usizo kanjani sis noma ukhuluma ngolwasesibhedlela noma usho.
I'm just not sure what.
Ngamahla ama group asihamba ngazi. Mhlawumbe ungangichaza usizo kanjani.
I'm not sure what kind of help you are talking about, whether it's hospital help or the groups that I'm attending. I'm not sure what kind of help.
Counseling, ukhona abantu ukukhuluma nabo ukuthi kwenzakalani laphayana uthole usizo for abantu abalukhuzile abatrainiwe for leyo nto.
I'm talking about the counseling, if you've ever received any counseling regarding the situation or the experience you had, the trained people.
Akazi ngilithola usizo njenge ngikhuluma iphutha akazi ngenza ama counseling noma ngoyikona ilokhuzana meeting esayisaba naso ama victim bayithatha into bathi bazikhanselisha namanje akaze ngiyithole ubona ngiyakubona ukwenza lento eyenza kumina abanesandla yangeza inhliziyo yami noma nampela ngumuntu oseshintshile indlela tempeva ngake ngiyibone and inzondo isaningi mina kumandiya noma ashaya angcothi asitshele ukuthi afuna impi nokuthi avela suka asiambusha ashayela into esingayazi ngokuthi sidlula endaweni ehlezi isebenzisa ayingashaya kodwa namhlanje asiambusha ashaya abulala nezingane lapha nabafethu abaningi abazange abaphuma so lokungenza.
Well, I have not attended any counseling, never received any counseling. I do remember we attended a meeting where they had a meeting with victims. They took down our details and promised they would give us counseling. However, none of that sort was received. And I do realize now as time goes on that my life has changed. I have so much anger towards Indians now. And I'm angry because we were passing by a place that we would normally go to. And there was no reason for them to assault us. They assaulted us, they killed our children. So I'm angry. And they should have told us that they wanted war instead of them ambushing us in that manner.
Ubani obathatha my details enu for the counseling?
Who took down your details for the counseling?
Ukhona organization eyikhona laphana nje ngisakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyini igama layo basho bazosifonela for wona ama counseling noma into eyenzeka kuthina bayazi ukuthi ivusa ilonda ngeke ngisakhumbula kahle ngempela kodwa ngiyakhumbula i-organization ethize nje ebabethatha ama details althi yabo.
I cannot remember the name, but there was some organization that was there, and they took down our details and they explained, they understood that what we went through was kind of opening closed wounds, healed wounds. So they took down our details.
Elingiphatha kabuhlungu makuvela lento ye-Unrest kukhulunywa ngeindaba ukuthi abantu kwakuluthwa. Into engiphathe kabuhlungu imida ayivezi into ayenzeke ePhoenix. Ihlezi iveza nje abantu belutha ezitolo but ama video agcwele yonke indawo into ayenzeke ePhoenix abakuvezi lokho yabo lo.
And what pains me most about this unrest is that in the media they do not show us what was happening in Phoenix. The only thing that is said and that we see is people looting. So the only thing they're talking about is looting, but they do not show what was happening in Phoenix. And there are videos of what was happening there, but they are not shown in the media.
Uzizwa njani wena ngaleyo nto?
kukwenza uphatheke kanjani? How do you feel about that?
Iyona into engisho ukuthi sangivezele engakakhulu noma ayikho ijustice ethathwayo ngalento eyenzakala. Uhulumeni angasithiwa lento yayingenelela azi ukuthi lapha kwafa abantu, kwashawa abantu, kwaphahlazwa imoto zabantu, izine zashiswa abantu azangaze bayithola namhlanje. Engakwazi lokho afune amavidweni abone into ezazenzeka laphana abantu babechopha benziwa ama pieces ngo bush knife.
It angers me that there is not much justice shown after this whole incident. So it angers me a lot because people died there, people were assaulted, their cars were damaged, some were burnt down, and they've never received those cars or they never recovered what they lost.
Okay, Baba, at this point, ngizofuneka nginikeze over to my colleague, but ngifuna usichazele ukuthi wareporta usho kanjalo nge-15 za July e-airport. Kwenzakalani after ureportile? And then mawuqeda lapho, and then ngizokubuza one last question mina, and then my colleague uzothatha over from there.
So, I'll ask you this question, and then there's going to be another question, last question. Then I'd hand over to my colleague. So, you did mention that you opened a case, you reported the case on the 15th of July at the airport. So, what happened in that case?
You can see sayivula impela e-airport we-15 mhlawumbe kwadlula 2 weeks ngokuthi vele inamba yami ayikhona la sivule ngase ngifonela u-detective Sithole ifemale yathi uyona ephethe icala isebenzela ePhoenix.
I opened a case on the 15th of July. 2 weeks after having opened the case, I received a call from a female detective. Her name is Sithole, and she informed me she is the investigating officer of my case, and she is based in Phoenix.
Yeah, usebenzela ePhoenix police station.
Phoenix police station,
Yes.
that's where she works.
So wase asho ukuthi ucela ukungibona uzothatha i-statement zami uzwile ukuthi uyabona ngihlala kaMashu ucela senze i-appointment akwazi uzongibona. Ngamtshela mina ngeke ngikwazi ukufika ePhoenix nje angiyiboni nje ngiza kuyona. Wasethi ayikho problem uzonike i-location yami noma ngaMashu uzofika yena.
Oh, well, when she called, she requested for a meeting with myself so that she could take down my statement. She indicated that she has seen that I reside at KwaMashu, so she wants us to meet, and that's when I told her that I cannot be able to go to Phoenix. So in that, she then requested for my location, that she would come there at KwaMashu and meet me.
So wadlula insukwana ngempela wafika usisi mhlawumbe 2 days 3 days wafika ethi uzothatha istatement kumina ukuthi kwenzakalani wase yangibuza ukuthi uyathola ukuthi khona nabanye ababekhona la emotweni ngakwazi ukuthi ngibabone ngalathi hayi ungababona nabo makhelwane bami ngazama ukubathola nabo ababona.
Indeed, she did come after 2 to 3 days, and she took down my statement. She informed me that she now knows that there were other people that I was in company of and whether she would be able to see those people. I then organized for her to see them because those are my neighbors. Uthi wababona?
Yes, wayithatha ke i-statement thina. Emva kwalokho wasethi ke uzophinda asazise nje nowasibuza ukuthi ke sakwazi ukukhomba abantu abasilimazile ngamtshela mina ngabakhomba.
She saw them, took down their statements, and she asked if we would be able to point out the people that attacked us. And I told her I would be able to.
Ngase wasebuza imoto ngamtshela imoto limele wasembuza ukuthi asakawenze nama quotation ngamnikeza lezo zinto zama quotation emoto.
She asked about the vehicle and I told her it was damaged. She asked if I did make any quotations, and I indicated, yes, I have, and I further furnished her with those documents, the quotations.
Wawathatha yini ama-statement from the young boys?
Yes, wababona naye. Ngayela ngifika zange ababone sase ngihlolela usuku wafika nge weekend wabagcine babonile wayithatha i-statement kubona.
Question was, did she take down the statements of the young boys? And the response was yes, though it was not on the same day, but she came back on the weekend and she was able to take down the statements of the young boys.
Yini isizathu ukuthi babengekho during the week?
What was the reason for the statements not to be taken?
Babekade
Initially?
bengekho bona ilanga kathi mina efika.
Babekephi?
During a week abafana abancane bebebambela amatoho. Ngiyacabanga khona itoho lade libathathile ngalelo langa babengekho.
There
Khona
were-
ubhuti onethendo unokubathatha boy farmer pipe babengekho ngalelo langa befika.
They were not present when she visited me initially because they do hold some temporal jobs. They work with another gentleman who is self-employed, and he would take them. And at that time, they went to install some pipes.
Babxaba, obushilo wasi omunye wabafana is around 16, akafundi yini?
You did mention one of them, of these boys, was 16 years old. Do they not go to school?
Noma ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe ngibine ngibhedi bengifuna mhlawumbe 18 to 21 labafana. Mangikhumbula kahle akasekho ufundayo kubona. Oyendo futhi omunye ngabantu abade befunda abade besecheshana ngokuthi imisebenzi abayitholi. Omunye oyedwa kade sebenza lo ngisho una 21 umuntu una 20 mase kuzoba ulo omncane ngihlaphe phakathi uma una 17 u 18 mangaphonsisi lo futhi kumanje ongagcina engazange alivule nisho icala yena azange afuna ukwenza lutho nje sibathathe sivule esawungena ecaleni lo yedwa uyena lo mncane uyena nje ongazange afuna ukwenza lutho nathi sathi basimtshela wathi ayingeke nayingeni lezi zinto lezi
I
enough
might-
ngamandi amshaya akafunda ukuthi akabophe alungu kwenzakala ukubona.
I might have made a mistake on that one.
But akekho ofundayo abantu sebelokuzidi ikolo ukuthi basheshe basiqeda nje isikole.
I might have made a mistake on that one. I had intended to say 18 to 21 because the one is 21, he's already at tertiary. The other one is 20, and the younger one is between 17 and 18. He is the one who refused to open a case. He said he does not want anything to do with this. He was attacked, and that's that. He does not want to take it any further. So they are all old. No one is schooling between them. The other one is working already.
Okay, masibuyele ke manje wathatha ama-statements from abafana abancane
Yes.
on the weekend, and then kwenzakalani lapho?
So you said she took down the statements of the young boys during the weekend, and then what happened eventually?
Mhlambe ngithi kuphele inyanga asithatha and asinayo inamba yakho umcontactor emva kalokho ngabona sengifonelwa abantu abaseshi ayibize ngokuthi uGumbi and efonini yami kwangena iChexa ethi sengine new case esebengisendela yona ukuthi le indala isasebenzi senginentsha ke manje icala lami seliphetho ubaba uGumbi uDetective Gumbi.
Well, maybe after a period of a month, we were not in communication. We did not even have her contact numbers. So I received a call from some detectives, and this gentleman informed me he is Gumbi, and he further informed me that he is now taking over the investigation and that the case has now a new case number.
Yes. So after efona kuGumbi naye athi ufuna ukusibona uzogcwalisa nayo indaba ze-statement afuna ukubona izona lesasibhale kusithola.
Gumbi also requested a meeting with us. He wanted to confirm our statements to see if they're still the same.
Ya wafika ke ngenhlanhla ke yena wasithola so bathathu nalabafana abancane ababekhona ngababheka ngabathola wangitshela uDetective Kubi uphethe icala lami kodwa usebenzela eDurban Central ayakho ePhoenix.
So he did come to see us, and I arranged for the boys to also be present. He spoke to us and he informed me he is now taking over the investigation and that he is based in Durban Central, not in Phoenix.
Ngamnika information eyidinga njengethi noma imoto besiqala siyilungisa izithombe zayilimele wayithatha wathi uzoyidinga ama quotation wasethi saya nesibhedlela ila kwavela khona ukuthi azange siye esibhedlela even nalabafana laba babelimele but nabazange baye esibhedlela noma.
So he asked details about the car. So when I was talking to him, I had already started fixing the vehicle. So he asked details about it and the quotations, and I gave it to him and the photos of the damages. And he then asked if we did go to hospital. That's when he realized or found out that we did not go to hospital, although we were injured. The boys also did not go to hospital.
So sasisimnika ke lezinto ke wase yasitshela ukuthi indawo esilimale kuyona naye bayayazi and yona ndawo athi nama roadblocks amaningi bazosebenzisa ama footage abanawo khona ama arrest abazawenza soon and bengajabula ukuthi mabesifika bezosilana basisa ama department sikwazi ukukhomba abantu engase ngathi singakwazi ukubakhomba sabakhumbula.
We furnished him with all that he had requested for. He then informed us that he knows about the area where we were injured. He knows about the roadblocks that were there, and that they would utilize the footages that they have, and they would effect arrests very soon. And he further informed us that they would request us to come for an identification parade, and that they would be happy if we would be able to participate in that.
And sinawe salinde kanjalo akaza sitshela kone arrest abayenzile azosithatha mhlawumbe sizise parade akaza silande futhi le ayisitshele ngayo kusathule nje.
To this date, we have not heard of any arrest that was made. We were not taken for any identification parade. So the situation is still the same.
The second last question for me. Ukhona nje izithombe owazithathayo from ama injuries akho and labafana bakhona obuhamba nabo.
Did you take any photos of your injuries or injuries of the boys that you were in company of?
Bakunazi izithombe zabo belimele bathi ngisafuna ukuyichaza nalento lena khathi ngithi mina abafana ngiyababona bebedubula ngempela bebadubula kanti nje ngenhlanhla lelo umuntu ebadubula ngesibhamisele khuzana sesikhipha lento engathi iron Mike shaya into ifana njenge rubber bullet mangicabanga noba benamanxeba lemzimbeni itshengisa ukuthi balokuzile abantu badubulile inhlanhla le kwangayona isibhamu esikhipha ama bullets babe nawo nje amanxeba lemzimbeni atshengisa khona ngisho umuntu uthi abeswa nemanxeba la u2 esifubeni nasonyaweni omune nala emhlanje lothi upalisa
Uthabiso.
Yes mase kuzothi upalisa lomncane engimsho ukuthi akangafuni ukuvula icala
Welimele phena
emhlanje naye namanxeba base bengitshengisa babende isibhamu ababedutshulwa ngaso bathi sasikhipa ngaze amaleki ayona kanjalo bizwa kanjalo leyo nto but uma usibuka isibhamu le muntu abasho ukuthi ingakho yeleke bakhipha ngaso mina ngitshethe ubadubula ngesibhamu esikhipha ama bullets ngibona befree bebaleka kanti ubadubula ngalesibhamu uyabakhipha kanti akusona isibhamu esikhipha ama bullets banazo ke izithombe zabo belokuzile benalo manxeba lawo.
Well, they do have photos of their injuries, and when I had seen the person shooting and directing to the boys, they were actually shot at, and it's just that the ammunition that was used was not deadly. I think they had said it was lead iron that was used,
Something.
something.
Iron, angazi kona ma-leg iron. Into ekhiphe into engathi ilokuzana ewumthofu. Bangitshela kanjani uma ukuthi bayibone lento ekathi balimaza iyaphansi ekhipha into eround ewumthofu. But akuyona rubber bullets. Into engathi iron.
It's not rubber bullets, it's not lead iron, but it's something that looked like copper, roundish
Yes, yes.
copper things.
Yona le yabalimaza babe nama bruises nje evuza igazi kodwa ayizange penetrate emzimbeni ilento ababadubula ngayo banazo ke ithomba ukuthi nami baye bengisendelini angazi ngithe ngiyicheck efonini namhlanje angiyibona
Okay.
yabo kodwa bona basanazo
So
umseshi wayibona umseshi unazo
they had injuries. It was bruises that were bleeding slightly. The bullets did not penetrate through into their bodies, but they did have injuries and they have photos. They also sent me those photos. I believe they still do have them.
Azikho ezakho.
mina ngithi anginazi la ngangishaye khona isitulo nami la ngithe ngasicheck mhlawumbe uphathi nami unaso efonini mhlawumbe ngezwe kuyena mayide ngangila ngilima engasithatha lesi ngalimala la intanyeni lezi eka la engashaya khona malokuzana zange ngishuthe noma ngangekho nje emqondweni ukuthi le ngifuna ukushutha noma even imoto izithombe yashuthwa abafana basekhaya lokho kwangacabanga lethu ukuthi kufanele believe izinto ngiyishuthe kanti vele ke nemoto sebeyishuthile abafana basekhaya basilethele izithombe.
Question was, do you have pictures of your injuries? And the response is, I believe my partner does have the photos, but the only injury that they took a picture of was, or I took a picture of, was the injury at the back of my head or the neck. I didn't take pictures of the rest of the injuries that were on my body. Even the pictures of the damages on the vehicle were taken by my brothers. I did not have strength, or I did not even remember. I remembered only later that I should have taken photos. Hence, they would be needed for investigations.
Sorry, but I think it's important, Mr. Commissioner, that we also reiterate he's just indicated that he did not want to take pictures because there would be a reminder of the incident that happened to him, and he would have preferred to just forget what had occurred and sort of move on with his life. That's the last part of what he was saying directly to me at this particular point in time. And I think this is where I will stop my questioning, and my learned friend Ranso will take over from here to just deal with the various aspects of his testimony. And in so doing, Babklaba, ngiyabonga mina. So manje ngizonikeza ku my colleague uRanso, yena uzokubuza questions ngesingisi, and then usis uzokutranslate. Sibongile kakhulu.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Klaba.
Thank you very much, Advocate Marok. Just be mindful that it's already 1 hour and 50 minutes. So if we can try and wrap up as we have another witness.
Chairperson, I don't expect to be more than 30 minutes. In fact, the witness has addressed some of the themes I wanted to touch on. Is it fine if we chase a 30 minutes cutoff?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just there's a problem with our microphone. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Kaba, thank you so much for your testimony. I just want to deal with a few issues. And let me pick up at this point where you say that you are not happy with the way that the media was not showing what was happening in Phoenix.
Ngizokubuza nje izinto ezingeziningi kakhulu mnumzane uXaba zizoba mbalwa, kodwa ke ngizoqala nje kule yokuthi uke wathi aweneme ngendlela ngento yokuthi laba bezindaba noma imedia azange ize iveze izigameko ezazenzeka ePhoenix.
Yebo, angineme kakhulu. Angineme kakhulu indlela benza ngayo. Noma bayiveze indawo ukuthi kwakwenzakalani kulezi indawo ezihlala ilokhu i-community yamandiya ukuthi ayenzani kubantu amandiya.
Yes, I'm indeed not happy about how things were portrayed because they did not broadcast things that were happening in the areas where Indian people reside and the things they were doing.
Yes, and right at the beginning of your testimony, before you went to the airport and before everything happened on the 12th, you said that you were with the boys and you were well aware of what was happening in terms of the unrest. Where were you getting the information? Was it from TV? Where were you getting the reports?
Sasibonile ku TV noma ngithi lento yaqala yasiyenzekile ngithi kusukela ngeweekend bengene ezitolo ezinkulu abantu beyilutha kwaphinda kwayi Sunday ngeze kuthiwa kuluthwe ilokhuzana iShoprite kaMashu waluthwa ilotuzana. So lento ngize ngitshela ukuthi mina asiyitsheli lento yenza yonke indawo ngoba indawo njengofinisa izinto abangahlangana nento zozuma yabo izuma abantu abaningi abamlwela abantu abahlala emalokishini sitshela lokho noma ngize mina ngithi ngidlula khona ngiyitsheli lento nami ngiqala wabona amahindeze evala umgwaqo ngaxake ukuthi enzani noma ngangazi ukuthi wona mhlawumbe natotolela uzuma noma kwenzakalani.
Yes, we had seen on the TV what was happening and that this thing had started during the weekend where big shops were looted, and on Sunday I heard that Shoprite at KwaMashu was looted, and I wasn't expecting what I came across at Phoenix. I was confused as to what was happening because I knew that people there were not interested in this support for Zuma. I had thought it's just people in the townships that were engaged in that campaign.
And what about other sources? Were you getting videos on WhatsApp by any chance if you use it? Were you using social media, Facebook and those kind of websites to also get more information?
Well, usebenzisa mhlawumbe Facebook, no WhatsApp, no Twitter, mhlawumbe ukubona izinto ezazenzeka ezinye. Khona ukubona kulezo zindawo.
Before kwenza lento enzeka kumina mhlawumbe understand ukuthi kubuza ngani ubhuti ubuza mhlawumbe kathi lento yasePhoenix isiyenzekile noma before ukuthi ngase ngazi ngalokho manje ngibuza lokho ngifuna ukuthola.
I'm not sure if you are asking about before I came across what happened to me or after I got injured. I'm not sure which information.
We can make it more general, just information regarding the unrest. So just generally, as everything was happening in the country, you were obviously getting it from the news. Were there other sources, videos and stuff like that?
Ngaphandle kwezindaba lento ye-looting wawuyibona ko WhatsApp na ko Facebook kanjalo kanjalo.
Sikhona engakubona ko WhatsApp na ko Facebook wakwenza kwezinye indawo.
Yes.
Njengako Goli nala eThekwini kwezinye indawo.
Yes, I did see things that were happening on WhatsApp and Facebook in the areas of things that were happening in the areas of Johannesburg and Durban.
And did you find the information helpful in trying to just be safe and make sense of what was happening?
Lento wayibonayo mhlambe yakwenza ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uziphephise kunanoma yini oyenzayo kulezi zinto ezazenzeka.
Yes, wona lokho ngakwazi noma ngizange ngiyenze looting. Angizange ngiye la kuluthwa khona. Noma angazi into engizothi ngolutha into engangizobe ngiyiswele mhlawumbe ngoba phela ngangibona abantu lapha nabe bethatha umbhede kunawo bethatha ama TV nginawo ukudla nginako abakwenza angizange ngicabanga ukuthi angabe ngiyolutha noma indawo ezayiluthwa iseyitolo ezinkulu nasema femini koFingem nje khuluma mangihlala kaMashu indawo esiyakhela yethu iseFingem inama fame lapha ababe walutha abantu angizange ngithi ngiyongena khona ngiluthe.
Well,
Noma even la ngihlala khona mina kaMashu yayingeka ama roadblocks ukuthi awukwazi ukuhamba la ukwazi ukuhamba la phela kuphela uthe izitolo lezi ezinkulu bagcina bengena nama garages eziphelele petrol kuleko basixaka khona sebelutha nama garage.
well, I did try to keep safe. I did not go for looting, because I did see that people were looting beds. I do have a bed. TVs, I have a TV. Food, I don't need all those things. And I could see they were looting big shops and the industrial areas in Phoenix. So
Effingham.
in Fingham.
Not Phoenix. Yes.
So it also puzzled me when they started looting garages when we couldn't find petrol.
And Mr. Caba, you also said you're from KwaMashu. Can you just give us a little bit more detail about, and you said you were born and grew up there. Has much changed? What is the nature of service delivery and poverty and so forth? So can you just give us a picture of what it is like being and living at KwaMashu?
Uthe uhlala kaMashu, mongasichazela nje indawo yakaMashu indawo enjani, thuthukile yini, iphephile yini, kunjani ukuhlala khona, kuyindawo enjani?
Amasho uthuthuke kakhulu msisi. Lento nje eluthi ngiyasilimaza. Uma shayika into nganawo nama malls nemigwaqo service delivery right. Ngabe ngicamba manga ngabe ngisuka namakhansela kaMashu mase ngithi workers wathola amanzi. Into ehluphayo ke lento ehlupha lonke izwe lento ke ye load shedding engasikhalisi nobe yenze ku South Africa yonke. But
well, KwaMashu is a well-developed area because we have malls, we have roads, we have water. The only thing that is worrying is the load shedding, but we're not complaining much about it because it's happening in the whole country. But I would be lying if I were to say KwaMashu is underdeveloped.
Okay, thank you. And throughout your testimony, I think there was a point where you went to seek a safe place. I think it was Besta. And you said Besta was in between KwaMashu and Phoenix. What is the relationship between the people who live in KwaMashu, say KwaMashu, Besta, and Phoenix? What is the, do people get along? Is there social tolerance and all of that?
Ukhulume ngokuthi ke uye wayoma kwaBesta lapho ubona khona ukuthi mhlambe ngabe uphephile khona. Ungathi ke uma ngabe usuka kaMashu uhlanganisa uBesta, uma usuka kaMashu, Besta, Phoenix, ungathi abantu bahlalisene kanjani lapho kunjani, bayadlelana yini abantu bakuleyo ndawo?
the most abantu abahlala kaBest abantu abasuka khona kaMashu nabasuka koNanda. Abahamba bozakhela khona until beze bethola imixhaso kaDP. Indawo esinesikhathi ikhona and nabo nje nama uthi uyakhona manje akhonkingi uyangena uphume ngale noma sePhoenix besho njalo bethi uyangena uphume ngale but angakafundi kambe Phoenix ngiyayisaba le ndaba yenza kumina. So indawo engana ezinganankingi.
Besta is a place that is it's where people who stay there would be people who came from KwaMashu and they went and built there, and also people who came from Inanda. Now they have RDP houses there. So there is no problem. You are able to travel through that place without any problem. I do hear people saying, even at Phoenix, you are now able to travel through, there is no problem. But it's just that it's an area that I never want to go to because of what they did to me. I don't ever want to go there.
Mr. Caba, you also testified that I think it was the second roadblock that you were called the K word. It looked like they were happy when they were insulting you. You even didn't want to disclose that you are from KwaMashu.
Yes.
What is your experience then with regards to race? Because we all know the K word is quite painful. How did that make you feel, and what is your general experience in terms of being called names like that and being treated in that manner?
Ukhulumile ngokuthi ke kule roadblock esibili wafika khona bakuthuka bakubiza ngaleli gama eliqala ngo-K esaziyo sonke ukuthi kuyigama elibhlungu nelingafanelekile. Uma ngabe sowubizwe ngalelo gama ke wazizwa kanjani nanokuthi ke uthini ukucabanga kwakhe indlela obona ngayo izinto mayelana nendaba yobuhlanga?
Ngale langa ngabona ukuthi abomdamba baseNdiya abasifuni sabantu abamnyama iloko uqala ngakubona and ngalanga ngabona ngilapho ku roadblock esibona ngabona ngempela abantu abasifuni banenzondo ngathi abakaze basithande ngihlele ngizwe kuthiwa emafemini bacindezelana ngesho akaze ngisebenze efemini kodwa ngalanga ngakubona ukuthi amandiya awasifuni anenzondo ngathi anento amandiya afuna mhlambe anawo ngabantu esingayazi afuna ukuthi ngalalanga ngathi salisebenzisa lelusuku ukuthi sibashaye they are well planned ukuthi siyaqedwa ngumuntu omnyama ePhoenix ngalela langa.
Well, on that day when that happened, I realized that Indians do not want black people. They don't like them. And I've heard before that in private companies there is some sort of an oppression against black people. And although I've never experienced that because I'm not working in those sectors, however, I realized on that day when everything was happening that this thing that the Indians were doing, they had planned it very well, and that it looked like they had a very old grudge against black people, and they wanted to carry out, or they actually wanted to do what they were doing, and they had wanted it long time ago. They wanted to finish black people in Phoenix.
Lo ngikushiso ukuthi ziningi indawo masizwa ema suburbs ala eDurban abebe wenzile nama roadblocks ukuthi ba protect indawo zawo. Uma uza umuntu mayifika khona nje ngokwenzela umzekelo nje nginosisi ohlala eWestville babe wenzile abayilunga ama roadblocks efika icheck imoto makuthola ukuthi awuphethe lutho uyake phambi lapha asibakho umuntu owashawa wabulawa ikokloof kwawenziwe leyo nto akho umuntu owashawa wabulawa uzelana emhlanga ayikhona ama roadblocks azange bayito bebekutshela bagade ilokhuzana zabo ama center abo ama malls zabo ukuthi angalutho but hayi ukuthi mawuqhamuka umuntu omnyama futhi into babenza kuwo wonke uhlobo lomuntu ukuthi baseshe imoto bayibheka mangawutholakala naleyo nto babe ngakushaya udlulisa umuntu omnyama umlungu ikhaladi yindeni babe ngakubulala. But if wonke angizoke ngithi Phoenix noma nase Chatsworth same thing kodwa indawo zamandiya uyafika khona if umuntu omnyama awungabuzwa into eziningi awushawa imoto udutshulwe iphahlazwe ishiso noma zashiswe ezini phela.
Well, also I would like to outline that in other suburbs in the areas of Durban there were roadblocks that were made, and they were made to protect their suburbs and their shopping centers and malls. To make an example, I have a sister who stays in Westville. There, there was a roadblock, and when you get to the roadblock, they would check your vehicle if there were any items, and also ask you where you were going, and they would let you pass. Even at Kloof and Umhlanga, there were also roadblocks that were conducted there, and they would check every race, black, Indian, colored, every race you would be stopped, checked, and they let you pass. All they were doing was to protect their areas. What happened in Phoenix also happened in Chatsworth. So you would see that in the areas where there's Indian people, there were problems against black people.
And Mr. Kaba, do you know of anybody else from KwaMashu who has similar experiences other than you and the youngsters who you were with on the 12th?
Ukhona umaziyo kwaMashu abanenkinga efanayo naleyo abanayo ngaphandle kwakho nabafana abancane labo hamba nabo?
Yebo bakhona abanye bafa futhi ngibaziyo. Ayishona umfana engikhula nawo uDelane nomfowabo babashisa khona ePhoenix nabantu bofa upetrol njengathi babashisa babulala. Mfana engikhule nayo lo Delane.
Yes.
Khumalo. Kuzoba uThamo kaK uba bamshisela imoto naye futhi ekade eqeswa la emhlanga amesho bamvimbala ngase White House imoto yakhe bamshaya bayishisa wayiluza ke imoto but wa survive but oDelane nomfowabo uKhumalo babulawa babashisa baza baphuma nawe cutting age.
Yes, there are people who were affected. A male called Delani.
Yes.
And his brother. I grew up with Delani, so him and his brother were burnt and killed in Phoenix in their car. Tammy, who stays in K section, his car was burnt. He was stopped nearby the White House. He was coming from Umhlanga. His car was burnt.
And did the first group, when you were with the minor children that had the weapons, how did they respond to the fact that you were with children, or with, at least with the young people in the car, the 17, 20, and 21-year-old? Did that change anything?
Labantu igroup yokuqala ohlangane nayo bebona ukuthi uhamba nezingane ko 17, 18, 20, 21 kanjalo. Bathintanga ngalokho kushintsha kwenza ngamehluko lokuthi uhamba nezingane.
Ngisho kuncane and futhi bona bafuna ukubabulala ngempela into engayibona. Yibona babiza ngamalutha.
Not even a.
Azange bebe nanke bafuna ukubabulala nje.
It did not make any difference because they are the ones who wanted to kill them. They even called them looters.
And later on, I know that there was the Fidelity buggy that took who you describe as an elderly woman when you were attacked. Was the fact, so I assume that, so they didn't, the fact that there were children in, at this stage didn't change anything. What about the fact that it was a woman who was with you? Was she being treated the same as you?
La uthi khona kunemoto yakafedelity yafika yathatha umama. Akwenza ngamehluko kona ukuthi ke umuntu wesifazane lo mama unayi lapha ya. Mhlambe ikhona indlela ehlukile nabaphatha ngayo ehlukile kunale wena abakuphatha ngayo.
Umama elimele edlula mina ma and ezandleni evuza igazi sekhanda. Umdala makuthethe umuntu omdala into angiphatha kabuhlungu and angikwazi ukumsiza nami la ngibubi endlela eyishawe ngayo exhiza igazi, so angibonanga ukuthi bamthathisa kumuntu omdala umama. Yiba beyibonela nje isigebengu noma bebona mhlawumbe ngazi nginqena ukuthuka ngaze ngithuka inhlamba babemshaya nje bengaboni ukuthi.
Well, the old lady had serious injuries more than I did. She had cuts on her arms and her head, on her hands, so she was more injured than I was. So you wouldn't say they treated her differently because she was a female. And she was old, and you could see that they were treating her like a criminal. I don't even want to go any further because I don't want to end up swearing.
No, we understand. I understand that. And then the elderly woman was taken by the Fidelity buggy. Did you know that it was a private security company because you are familiar with Fidelity as a security company?
Imoto le eyathatha umama yakafedelity wawazi ukuthi imoto ama-security noma wabona leli gama elithi Fidelity?
Ngeke ngasho ukuthi ngiyathuma nikhuluma ngoFidelity. I-security engikhulume ngami mina engiyazi isebenza la kakhulu ePhoenix VRLM i-reaction unit iyona engiyaziyo. But ngalabana obhuti babehamba ngemoto eyibhaleni igama angizange ngithi uFidelity, angizange ubone uFidelity. But ibona abathi lungini amaphoyisa azothatha mina noma umama ngaze kweyakweni indawo athi bona bazothatha umama. Yeah.
Well,
But kwangayona iFidelity igama engalazi layo leya kodwa baqoka iuniform ebrown angisazi kwakuyini.
I never mentioned Fidelity. I'm surprised where this name is coming from, but all I was saying initially was that it was not reaction unit securities because I know that company very well. So this one was unfamiliar to me. But those gentlemen in a buggy did promise to take the lady because she was going to a different place. So they promised to take her there and the police would escort me.
All right, there was an error in my side. I formally retract the mentioning of that car, of that name Fidelity.
The witness went on to mention that he knows laba abaqoka ubrown laba babethatha umama.
Yes.
He went on to say that the gentlemen, the security guards that took the old lady when were in a brown uniform.
But they were different from official police.
Kodwa kwangawona amaphoyisa lawo esiwaziyo.
Angawona amaphoyisa.
It was not police.
Okay. Do you have any experience with private security companies, and what is that experience? Is it generally positive, including these reaction unit people?
I'm not sure I understand the question very well.
So I just want the witness to tell us what his experience with with, say, reaction unit people is. Is it generally positive?
Lama security lawa aga reaction unit wona uwajwayela unankinga nawo awukaze waba nenkinga nawo.
No, ngiyawazi nje kakhulu ukuthi wona sebenzela lezi ndawo la eNorth Phoenix noma even akamasha ayafika isikhathi esiningi iwona i-respond nje responda aqale anything enzeka kulezi ndawo zangala eNorth reaction ubona siwaziyo. So ukuba kwakuyimoto yakhona ngiyazazi imhlophe esibhala amagama abovu angizoyibona angizange ngiyibone.
I know the reaction unit company very well because it works in the areas or in the north areas, Phoenix and KwaMashu, so I know them very well. I'm familiar with the company, and if they were present there, or if these were the reaction unit personnel, I would have known, because their vehicles are white and written in red.
And Mr. Chaba, I think it was at the second stop, there were, if I'm not mistaken, I think you said there were 2 Indian police officers who came. Am I correct?
Ngisho kahle mangithi uthe kule roadblock esibili kwafika amandiya amabili amaphoyisa.
Yeah, bafika amabili ehamba ngepolice then emhlophe.
Right. Yes, there were 2 police officials who arrived and they were in a white polo sedan.
Okay. And they didn't escort you, and they also didn't advise you to go to the police station. They just told you that to be safe, you should just leave the area.
Abazange bakuphelezele, abazange bathi ukuthi ye station bathi nje vele uphume udrive uhambe la endaweni.
Ibona into abangisiza ngayo nje bavimba ukuthi noma ngangishaya bafe bakuvimba ukuthi ngishiqhutheke ngishawe noma mhlawumbe azange bafika abazange mhlawumbe ngabe ngafa lapha yana. Bakuvimba ukuthi ngishawe but ngathi lithi ngibacela ukuthi yabo manje sengiphakathi nendawo ngicela ukuthi ningikhiphe banqaba.
The only thing they helped me with was that they stopped the beating because I was still being assaulted at that time. So they stopped the beating, and when I asked that they escort me, they refused. So they told me to drive away and leave.
Okay. And Mr. Chaba, you said that Phoenix is really well serviced at the level of service delivery. Is it the same with police station? You have access to a police station, the police are responsive when you require and need them and so forth at KwaMashu, for instance?
Like KwaMashu?
Yeah, KwaMashu, so
You're
where he
asking about
stays, where the
Phoenix?
witness stays.
You are asking about Phoenix?
No, I'm asking about KwaMashu, general question, whether at KwaMashu where there is service delivery and so forth, and it's quite well developed. So I just want to know whether the police aspect of service delivery, whether the police are present, whether the police assist the community, and the community has access to police services in general.
Ukhulumile ngokuthi ke indawo kaMashu ithuthukile, izinto zikhona, intuthuko ikhona, izinto zihamba kahle. Ngifuna ukwazi ke mayelana nestage samaphoyisa ke sona sakhona, ungasho ukuthi nakhona ke kuhamba kahle ke station nje sisebenzayo esibasizayo abantu.
Yize ngakaze kube khona into engiyireportayo kaMashu but angaze ngizwe abantu bekhala. Isikhathi esiningi umuntu mayivula icala bayakwazi ukuthi bamsize.
Although I've not had an instance where I would want to go and report a case there, but I've never had any complaint from people who have been there to open cases. All I know is they are helped at the station.
Okay, that's good. And then I also know that, Mr. Chaba, I think on the 12th, you didn't go to hospital because you were in pain, and you only went 2 days later on the 15th. Now we know that you don't have any complaints with the police. What about health services? Do you have access to clinics, and is there even access to, say, mental health? So if you wanted counseling for what you went through, would that be something that you think is available where you stay?
Ngike ngazwa uthi umhla ka-12 azange uzuye esibhedlela. Uze waya esibhedlela emva kwezinsuku ezimbili kwenzekile isigameko kumhla ka-15.
Esibhedlela angizange enhlobo sisi. Into kuphela engayizwa ngitshelwa abana bathi izinto zihamba kancane abekho nesingathi kusebenza sister abantu abakhulu nodokotela kuphela kugcwele and ngiyayazi ke polyclinic amashi iyagcwala. So ngagcina lapho ngithatha isinqumo sokuthi hayi angilaphe nje mina lana noma anginawo ama-cuts amakhulu phela umzimba utubekile ingalo ke lena ke ngangiyisola ukuthi mhlawumbe ifuna ama mice noma impela yathatha ithuba ukuthi yona ibe right. Ngathi hayi ngizoyilapha njengendoda nje la ikhaya kancane ukuze ngibe right. Noma ngacabanga lento ngizohamba ngohlala epolyclinic ngiphuze ukuthola usizo nganqena lokho.
I never went to hospital. So I only heard that there was no service or there was not enough staff or service at the clinic, at the polyclinic in KwaMashu, that only sisters in charge and the doctors were working. So I realized that even if I were to go there, I would sit there for a long time and maybe end up not being helped. So I decided I would sit at home and just self-medicate because I did not have open wounds, much open wounds. It was just the one on the neck and then the pains on the body and the arm that was swelling, which took quite a long time to heal.
Noma lokho ngangithathela kulo mfana engangihamba naye lo ufanile lo ona 21 waya yena eclinic the following day uthi wahlala emabhenchini waze nawe wakhetha ukubuya wayishawe ngestinda isiphongweni amehle evalekile waya khona wathi usisi wakhe babuya wathi ngona umzana uthela private doctor kanjalo azange ngabale ngabona nami sangabale ngiyeke indaba sepholo.
And I know that there was not enough service at the clinic because Fani, the boy that I had been in company of on the previous day when we were attacked, he did go to the clinic and he stayed there for hours and hours waiting on the benches, and he had been hit with a brick on his forehead, so his eyes had swelled up and they were closing. So his sister ended up taking him to a private doctor. So I also decided not to go to the polyclinic.
Okay, just this question and then two more questions. This service, this waiting on the benches for a long time and so forth, is it usual that it happens like that, or was it only because of everything that was happening during that time?
Lento yalaphayana eclinic yokulinda emabhentshini isikhathi eside kungathola usizo into ejwayele ukwenzeka noma iyayenzeka ngalesa sikhathi sezibhedlela.
Into engathi yenzeka ngalakalanga impela noma kuthiwa impela ababengeka abasebenzi but nje nokulezi insuku noma na before abantu balithola usizo polyclinic amasho but ngalalanga ngithiwa kokugcwele kakhulu noma kuthiwa khona abantu ababelimele kwezinye indawo beza khona so kwagcina nje kuyisiminyaminya yabo.
It's something that was happening in that period only because they were understaffed. So in general, the clinic helps people on normal days, but on this day, they were understaffed and there were more people. There were more people who were coming in with injuries, and they were even coming from different areas, even out of KwaMashu.
And Mr. Kaba, your testimony has really been very painful to listen to. So my question is, what would you like to see happen? It's a difficult question, and perhaps you may have a lot of things that you want to see happen. But what do you think would be some of the most important things that you would like to see that would make you feel like there has been a response to what happened? I know that there was supposed to be a parade with the police that never happened and so forth. So just an opportunity to tell us so that we can understand from your perspective what it is that.
Ubufakazi obuthulile mnumzane uXaba bekungeyona into ebilula kakhulu nokuyilalela kusho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi ngathi into ebhlungu le esizwayo exoxayo. Mhlawumbe uma ngabe nje uthi usitshela ukuthi yini ongafisa ukuyibona yenzeka kuko konke ke lokho sekukhulunyiwe, yini ongafisa ukuyibona yenzeka. Ngiyazi ukuthi ukwakhuluma nokuthi kwakufanele amaphoyisa anibize niyokwenza ID parade egcina ingenzekanga. Mhlawumbe ngiyazi ziningi izinto ofisa ukuzibona kodwa nje mongathi usitshela ukuthi mayelana naloko sesikhulume ngako yini ofisa ukuyibona yenzeka.
Oqala nje engajabulela ngase ngibone kwenzeke ukuthi ijustice ngempela ingenelele lana kube khona more arrest enzeka ePhoenix ikwazi ukuthi umthetho bonke abantu abawahlumezeke ePhoenix bakwazi ukuthi the more ubona abantu beboshwa begwetshwa ngobugebengu ababenza inhliziyo yakwazi ukubhodla kancane kodwa mosabona ukuthi ayekho umuntu ogwetshwayo uboshwayo futhi ngalento noma sihleli kanjena sagcina sithiwa solo kuzana nje lonto engiphathe kabuhlungu lonto okuqala engayijabulela ukuthi iyenzeka.
Right. Firstly, I would like for justice to be served in that about the incidents that took place in Phoenix. I'd like to see more arrests being done because it would heal one's heart to see more people being arrested and sentenced and all that. So that's the first thing that I'd like to see happen.
Kuzoba abantu abalimala laphana ePhoenix imindeni yashonelwa abantu kuzoba abantu abashawa abalinyazwa abantu abashayela imoto zabo zalinyazwa ezine zashiswa uhulumeni angenelele kube khona inkokhelelo ekwazi ukuthi bakhokheleke noma bangena endlekweni abanye imoto abane babesayikhokhela abanye zasha kwaphela ngathi kube khona into ayenza uhulumeni ukuthi kube khona amasenta abathola ukwazi ukudlula kuzonke lezi iguleti abangene kuzona.
Secondly, for the victims of the incidents that took place in Phoenix, people died, the families that lost their loved ones, and there were people who were injured, and some people had their cars damaged, and some were burnt down, and some of those vehicles were still, people were still paying for, were not paid up. So I'd like for the government to at least compensate victims of what was happening there, because people lost a lot of things. So if maybe they would be compensated for their losses.
Okwesithathu siyacela kwimide ukuthi ayixhumane nabantu abalimala kulezi indawo. Phoenix akuyona iPhoenix kuphela, indawo zamandiya Verelem, Thongathi, Chatsworth bazowathola amavidiyo izinto ezenzeka lapha yana bameveza kwi-TV asithande into njalo ekuveza abantu bephethe ama-rice bebaleka nama-fridge kodwa akuveza ukuthi laphana kunamavidiyo ubona India licancanca umuntu kanje ngembazo limkhipha izandla lithi what you think you are, you came here to loot our store ebeni umuntu adeza vele emgaqweni memnqumo wonke lo mavidiyo bangawathola ama-victim elezo indawo beveze wona beke ukuthi mekhuluma ngalento lekuvezwa abantu belutha mase emva lokho kuthiwa ikhonto yenzeke ePhoenix engathi manje kuthiwa ePhoenix ayikho indawo yalutho ePhoenix. Phoenix wawushaya uzambela kwe-highway.
Thirdly, I'd like for the media to search and find these videos of things that were happening in Indian places like Verelem, Tongat, Chatsworth, and Phoenix. You would see videos there of you'd find a video of an Indian person cutting a person's hands with an axe and saying, "You came here for looting." I don't like this thing of media just showing us people running around, running away with rices, carrying rices on their heads and fridges, and then they keep on saying something, something that happened in Phoenix. In Phoenix, there is no place that was looted. So more videos of what happened in these areas must be shown.
Ngiyabonga, yilokho nje engakujabulela kakhulu ngibone kwenzeka.
Thank you very much. That is all that I would like to see happening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaba. Chairperson, before I allow the witness to state if there's anything else he would like to tell the panel and the evidence leaders, I think it would be remiss not to offer counseling given what it is that our questioning have sought to uncover and given what it is that the witness has testified to. I don't want to put the witness on the spot. He will be asked in private whether he wants those services available, but I do want it on the record to say that I think that myself and my colleague agree that that is the way to move forward responsibly, given what we have heard and given what Mr. Chaba have told us today, and with an appreciation of the 2 days in which he wanted to address this panel, and there were some complications in programming and so forth. I don't know if that is appropriate, Chairperson.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Indeed,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you, Chairperson.
Sorry, I made use of an alternative system. Yes, no, thank you for mentioning that. And Mr. Chaba, those services are available from the Commission side, and please make use thereof for your own benefit. It is available, but it is obviously your choice, but we do want to recommend that you make available thereof following your evidence today. Thank you very much.
Uyaziswa ke mnumzane uXaba, siyabonga ukuthi ke ugcine ufakazile nokuthi ezintweni eziningi ezivelile mawuthula ubufakazi kuyabonakala ukuthi lungadingakala usizo lokuthi ke uthole umuntu ozoxoxisana naye oqeqeshela ukuthi ke asize ukupholisa umphefumulo no kanjalo nokululekwa ngokomqondo. So lolo sizo ke kuyasho ukuthi ke lukhona la kule ndawo sikuyona, kodwa bazokhuluma nawe eceleni bakubuze mayelana nalo ukuthi ke uyathanda yini ukuthi ke ulisebenzise kodwa kulona lukhona. Awuzudinga ukuthi uphendule la, kodwa nje okwamanje uyazisa ukuthi uzobe ekhuluma nawe ngokuthi ungalithola usizo lokwelulekwa.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
And Mr. Chaba, is there, you've been answering questions from us, and we want to make sure that at least everything that you wanted to say, you've had the platform to do so. Is there anything else that you perhaps want to address the panel on?
Ithini isikhathi esiningi bese kubuza imibuzo kodwa ke mhlambe kukhona okusalayo wena ungathanda ukuthi ke ongabuzwanga ungathanda ukuthi ke ukuvezele ipanel.
Hayi mina kukodwa mhlawumbe engakubuza ngayo i-commission noma inesigcawu lesi esibuza sona ukuthi kwenzakalani kofinisa ngomhla ka-12 ukuthi konke lokho kuzothi masiqoqile ufakazi bethu bonke nabanye abafethu sebebafakaza la ukuthi kuzophelela kubona as i-commission or mhlambe bazo approach ugovernment ukuthi ababekele etafuleni ukuthi yini 90 face ayithole lokho ngifuna ukukuthola noma into yabo nje beyi-commission kuphela noma no government uyangena yini kulento khona la ugcine bazokwazi ukuhlala no government bamtshele yonke into ayizona ngomhla ka-12 endaweni ekakushawa khona abantu bebulawa.
Well, what I'd like to ask the commission or the panel is to find out if this information that's being collected through us, the witnesses, and my fellow brothers that testified in this commission. So what I want to find out is if all this information will remain with this commission or whether it would be shared or submitted to the government.
So the commission, after the hearing is done, will put together a report. That's the first point.
Okay, yasiqale la. Uma ngabe sebeqedile i-commission noma lesi sigcawu mase siqedile sizohlanganisa yonke into ekhulunyiwe senze umbiko.
And because the commission is a special institution in terms of the constitution. Whatever recommendations we will make, which we will be made directly to various government offices and institutions.
So leli thimba elihleli la lizimele liqhamuka kumthetho sisekelo owalakhayo ukuthi makube khona ithimba elifana naleli la eliphathelene namalungelo abantu. So yonke into eqoqwayo basebenze lo mbiko abawenzayo bazophuma nabo nezincomo zabo ukuthi kuyo yonke into esizwile thina sincoma ukuthi makwenzeke kanje kanje kanje. Bazobeke lezo zincomo sebezidlulisela kuwo wonke amahhovisi kahulumeni athintekayo mayelana naloko kwenzekayo.
Hayi ngazwakala. Yilo kade ngithanda ukwazi.
Yeah. And the report will be made accessible to members of the public. We will, we are already speaking about having it in infograms and different languages to make sure that everybody can have access to it and understand it.
Kuyothi ke mangabe seqedwe konke ke bese ke lo mbiko lo wonke uya satshalaliswa kuzo zonke izindawo ozokwazi ukuthi amalungu omphakathi noma wonke umuntu ola osemphakathini noma ngabe kukuphi akwazi ukuthi ke uma ngabe udinga afinyelele kuona. Futhi kuzokwenzeka isiqiniseko sokuthi utholakala ngazo zonke izilimi ukuze wonke umuntu ezokwazi ukuthi ke alalele noma afunde lokho okuzobe kukhulunywa ngakho.
Hayi ngazwakala.
And there will also be monitoring. So once we have made recommendation to people to do certain things, we continue to monitor to ensure that those things are implemented.
Izincomo ke lezi kubuye kube ukuthi zinezinto imiyalelo ethile ukuthi nina nako kufanele nikwenze nina nako kufanele nikwenze kuzobe sekuba khona ithimba eliqinisekisa ukuthi lento lomnyango okuthiwa mawuyenze uyayenza yini futhi uyenza ngendlela okushiwo ngayo na. Understood, sir.
And we also work with a lot of stakeholders to make sure that there are community initiatives to ensure that the reports and whatever recommendations reach all places, including very, far-flung places across the country.
Sisebenzisana ke namanye ke futhi ke amathimba azosiza ekuthenini wonke lo mbiko nako konke okuzophuma nezinqumo kukwazi ukuthi kusabalale yonke indawo wonke umuntu akwazi ukufinyelela kukona kuhambe kuze kufike nasemazweni angaphandle.
And Mr. Chairperson, I don't know if the panel perhaps want to address the witness to assure him of not only the seriousness with which we are engaging in these hearings, but also our earnestness in whatever findings we will make and how we will ensure that they are implemented.
Very much. First of all, it is important to note that we listen to all the witnesses and then we take into account the totality of the evidence we receive. And as pointed out, then, issue a report with findings, not only necessarily recommendations, but also even directives to government and other institutions. And then, as indicated, we follow up with monitoring and so on to make sure that those are implemented.
Impela ke qinisekisa ukuthi ke uziqoqa bonke ubufakazi bawo bonke ofakazi abafakazile futhi akuzugcina ngokuthi kube khona izincomo ezenziwayo kodwa kuzoba khona nemiyalelo ukuthi ke bazotshelwa lelo hhovisi nalelo hhovisi elithintekayo lizobe selitshelwa ukuthi sekufanele lilandele lemiyalelo ezobikhishwe ile commission kuzoba into kanjalo nokuthi futhi kuzoqinisekisa ukuthi ke kuneqembu inethimba elilandelelayo ukuthi lento abathunywa ukuthi bayenze bayayenza na. Understood.
Okay.
And Chairperson, my colleague is just going to thank Mr. Tsaba, but from my side, I'm done with my questioning.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Baqaba siyabonga kakhulu as besishilo qaleni.
Yeah.
And as Ashilo, Mr. Commissioner and my colleague ukuthi we are taking it seriously yonke lento nesitshela yona la ekhaya sifuna ukuthi futhi nxe ukuthi yenzekile lento
Yeah.
and all your experiences sizokhuluma nawe futhi phandle as we indicated ukuthi sokhuluma nawe sikutshela ukuthi counseling uzongayithola kuphi should you need it izoba isinqumo sakho at the end of the day kodwa thina siyabonga ngesikhathi sakho sibonge futhi ngokuthi ukhona lana wasitshela kwenzekeleni nangona kubhlungu
Yeah.
sivakalelana nawe and futhi sicele futhi ukuthi mawufika ekhaya usibongele futhi nabafana abancane in that ukwazi ukukhuluma ngestory sabo bengekho
Yeah.
nakhona ke nalapho sibonge kakhulu ngento yonke
Hayi nami ngiyibonga kakhulu ukuthola lethuba ngiveze ezinye izinto ezasenzakela ngalalalanga noma akuvezwa konke okwenzeka kuvele kuveza ngathi nje abantu babelutha ekubeni ziningi izinto ezenzeka ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba.
Well, we would like to thank you, Mr. Klaba, for sharing with us your experience and giving us your testimony. And even on behalf of the young boys that you were in company of, when you get home, please do thank them on our behalf. And we would like to say sorry for the experience that you came across. And yeah, thank you for also waiting and being patient with us. For the past 2 days, you came here to testify. Thank you.
Okay, just maybe from the panel side then, thank you very much, Mr. Taba. Just one issue from my side. The Commission is also, at the same time as you would know, trying to understand how and why the looting as such took place and who, was behind that. So you mentioned WhatsApps and Facebook and so on. So I just wanted to know, number one, did these WhatsApp and Facebook messages that you looked at also contain any information pertaining to the looting or maybe calls to loot or anything like that? Because then we would be very interested in, if you can make that available to us. That's one.
I-Commission naye iyazama ukuthola ukuthi ke kungani izinto zenzeka ngendlela ezenzeka ngayo nokuthi kungobani nokuthi kwakunini kwenzeka izinto ezinjengalezi zenzeka. Ngakho ke i-Commission iyathanda ukwazi ngoba uke waphawula ukuthi ke ubonile imiyalezo noma izithombe okanye ama-video abekade kutholakala ku WhatsApp na ku Facebook mayelana ne looting. Ngakho ke bafuna i-Commission iyathanda ukwazi mayelana nalezi zinto ukuthi ngabe wena kukhona yini ulwazi onalo walitholayo ke kulezi zinkundla zokuxhumana olwalumayelana nokuyolutha ngoba iyathanda i-Commission ukwazi ukuthi ubani owayesemva kwayo yonke lento ye-looting owayeyiphusha uma khona mhlawumbe umyalezo owayithole mayelana nokuthi kuyoluthwa noma makuluthwe i-Commission iyathanda ukwazi ngaloko uma khona wakubonayo.
Engakusho nje ngeqiniso social media ngizokhuluma mhlawumbe ngo WhatsApp details umuntu kapost mhlawumbe umuntu one contact yakhe apost status sakhe ethi awusebenze ukuthi eMaritzburg nakade kuluthwa naku uthi uyabona kancane awu naku eChaswet ubona abantu bayadutshula kwakuvela kanjalo hayi ukuthi nawo lo muntu engangibona umuntu engimaziyo na ethi information aseyithole mhlawumbe kwabani noma ama-video emaningi ehamba etrenda into kanjalo but ukuthi ngizothi obani ababephezulu kwayo ukuthi konke kuze kuqale looting lapho ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi libe nempendulo zalapho noma angazi nami but ama-video sasiwabona ngokuthi ayetrenda kuyo yonke indawo uthothi uzopostwa mhlawumbe umuntu omaziyo ethi sekwenzeka ukuthi ePine Town sekwenzeka ukuthi eLokuzaneni eGoli la uyabona sekusengena kwaluthwa la but ukuthi kwakobani abantu ababehind ngempela ababethi akuluthwe hayi ngabe ngiqamamanga ngibazi.
Well, I'd speak more especially about WhatsApp. What would happen on WhatsApp is that you would only see a status update of a person whom you have contacts with, telephone numbers. When you have them saved on your phone, then when that person updates a status, you would see whatever is on the status update. So I would see on WhatsApp people posting things that have already happened. Maybe they would post a video of looting happening in Pietermaritzburg or Chatsworth or Pinetown, Johannesburg. But in all honesty, I can't say I know who was behind looting or anything of that sort. It's just the videos of what had already occurred.
So that. And then just a second one is, in terms of our act, specifically section 53, we see that people can come and testify here. That testimony won't incriminate. In other words, it can't be used against them in another court or criminal court or whatever the case may be. So there is no one that you know that was actually involved in the looting that can come and tell us, how that came about, why that happened, whether it's people telling them to loot or anything like that. Because I reiterate again, such evidence won't incriminate the person.
Umthethosisekelo olawula ukusebenza kwale commissioner uthi umuntu ozofakaza la into ayikhuluma la angeke ize yathathwa yayosetshenziswa seyicindezela yena ngabe sevulelwe icala noma seyashushiswa ngenxa yaleyo nto ayikhulume kule commission. Kunalowo mthetho okuvikela ufakazi. Ngakho ke ingakho kubuza ukuthi ke wena akekho yini umuntu omaziyo owayenza ilooting noma owayepusha indaba yelooting noma owayigqugquzela.
Sorry, before uphendule khona lapho, Mr. Commissioner, there is slight concern on that particular question being asked on this particular witness. And the concern is that this question has not been addressed with other witnesses before, and it might attract other issues for the witness, considering the ongoing, considering the fact that, one, they haven't heard from the police about their own case, and secondly, that what they might say might directly implicate others who might not be willing to come before the commission. So what the evidence leaders will do, Mr. Commissioner, to assist the commission is to potentially gather that information, of course, off camera, and then in so doing, try and find out if this persons so mentioned would be willing to come. But if they are not then willing, then there would be, of course, the other matters that would come to the fore that we would rather like to try and avoid at this particular instance. But should, of course, Mr. Xaba be willing to assist with those names, the evidence team will be in contact with those people. But we do think that it would be prudent at this very moment for Mr. Xaba to potentially not say anything, considering also that he has to go back to the community in which he might implicate persons.
Okay, we can deal with it that way then. The evidence team can have a word with him as far as that is concerned. Commissioner Ntuli indicated she doesn't have a question. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Xaba, once again, apologies for you having to wait for a few days before we could fit you into the program. I just got about 4 short questions for you. The first one is, you said the second barricade, there was 2 police people, males of Indian descent, but they were in civilian clothing and they had a vest, bulletproof vest on. How do you know it was a SAPS vest? Did they identify themselves? Did they show you any badge? Did they tell you that they were police officers and from which station?
Siqale ngokuxolisa ukukulindisa isikhathi eside ukuthi ufakazi bese singenele embuzweni-ke ukhulume ngokuthi ke kuleli qembu elalivimbile lesibili kwakukhona imoto eyafikayo eyayinamaphoyisa amabili ayisilisa omdabu waseNdiya nokuthi ke uthi babengafakanga umfaniswano womsebenzi wamaphoyisa kodwa babegqoke ama-bulletproof. Ikhona ni into ke ngaphandle kokuthi kwakungama-bulletproof eyayikhombisa ukuthi lawa amaphoyisa khona abayishoyo kuwe ethi samaphoyisa noma abavezelayo namhlambe amakhadi abasho ukuthi bayamaphoyisa noma umbhalo thizeni owawubona khomba ukuthi amaphoyisa.
Azabangivezela amakhadi abo kuba amaphoyisa bafika nje befake ama-bulletproof ayibhala upolice ngiyawazi aneva abhala upolice la nangebag nasebag and uzubona ukuthi ba amaphoyisa ibona afika bathatha over laphana nalabantu abebengishaya bayeka bafuna ukubalalela bathini emva kwalokho basethi mina angingene emotweni mangizofalana ngihamba yila ngabona ukuthi amaphoyisa ngempela lapho.
They did not introduce themselves or produce anything to show that they were police to me. So what I saw was the bulletproof vests they were wearing. They were written police. I know them very well, and they were navy in color, and they were written police in front and back. Also, I saw they were police because the group actually listened to them when they asked them to stop assaulting me and allow me to pass. And then that's when they told me to drive away and leave because I'd die if I were to remain there.
Thank you. Mr. Xaba, you probably will recognize them if they appear in a identity parade.
Uthema bengase beze no kwi-ID parade ungawazi ukubakhomba kunjalo
Ababengishaya abanye ngisangabakhomba mawukuthi ngiyafika ukhona ID parade ngisangabakhomba ngiyabakhumbula.
the people that beat me up, I can still be able to identify them on an ID parade. If they were put in front of me, I'd be able to point them out. I remember them very well.
No, thank you for that. I might have missed this, Mr. Xaba, but just in terms of the status of where the investigation, where it is, you say you've not been called for an ID parade. When last did the official from SAPS, Mr. Gumbi, make contact with you?
Mayelana necala walivula ke nokuthi ke likwesiphi isigaba ngiyazi ukuthi uthe kwakuzoba ne-ID parade babekade bathe izokwenziwa kodwa ayike kenziwa mhlawumbe ungathi ke ugcine nini ukuthi ke uGumba axhumane nawe
Ngicela ukuxhumana nami early this month into November ngimaphosa izisonto lokuqala lenyanga engibuza indaba yelo J88 ukuthi ngayisayenza nePole ngamtshetshe ePole bazange bavuma usenzele J88 ukuthi balisesaphola la sesilimele khona.
I believe it was in the beginning of this month, beginning of November, where Mr. Gumbi contacted me and asked me about AJ88, if we did have it filled in at the polyclinic. And I've informed him that the personnel at polyclinic refused to fill out AJ88 for us because they indicated that we have since healed.
Mr. Xaba, does Mr. Gumbi keep you updated via SMSs to say what's the status of the investigation?
Uyaxhumana yini nawe uGumbi mhlambe ngemiyalezo lethunyelelwe efonini noma SMS esho ukuthi uphenyo seluma maphi mayelana necala lakho?
No, akaze angitshele yena ngina inamba yakhe uyakwazi ukuthi siyam WhatsApp but akaze angitshele into agcina ngitshele yona wangibuza lanto ngisho manje and wangcina engitshela ukuthi khona ama arrest abasazowenza akukho ukuna sakangitshela bayakwenza ngecala.
Well, I have his phone numbers, but he has never told me as to what stage the case is at. However, the only thing he told me was that they will effect some arrests. So he has not informed me anything in that regard.
Thank you. When you were at Bambai, after leaving that and being escorted by the black and white police officer into Bambai, you say that you arrived there having seen other victims and other cars that were damaged, including a young person sitting at the roadside crying, and then you look in and you were told there was a young man that was shot, and you looked into the car. Was that person alive or was he deceased?
Ukhulume ngokuthi wahamba wafika eBhambayi nakwathi phelezelwe amaphoyisa elimnyama nelimhlophe. Wafika eBhambayi wafica abantu ababe nezimoto ezilimele, kukhona nalomfana wayekhala okwathiwa emotweni khona umfana odujuliwe. Mangabe ubheka lo mfana odujuliwe wayesaphila noma wayeseshonile?
Wayeseshonile noma lo wayekhala babembuzo wathi wayekhalela ukuthi into ebuhlungu ukhishwe yena kubo. Ukhalela lokho noma sebemkhipha amdubule ehlele ka left. Bama esebhambayo laba bafika athola usizo bona bamkhipha hlopha bafika esaphila. Noma sebemncikise ngala kwemonto i20 ngithi silver grey. Yayisimeshwe ngale njengale moto engahamba ngayo but esethu wayeseshonile.
He was deceased because they were explaining, the people there were explaining at Bambai that this boy is crying because he says he is the one who took the one that was deceased. He is the one who took the deceased from his home, and so he was shot, and when they were there at Bambai, I believe the people removed him from the vehicle and made him sit outside the vehicle.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's very sad. Mr. Kaba, a witness appeared before this commission this hearing in describing the groups that you encountered as vigilantes and people that were allegedly involved in criminal activities. And the result is that we, with this commission, looked at it and say, well, I looked at it and said that, and coming out of that witness, it is to say that it was not the whole of the Indian community that was involved in it, but it's this group of people who were involved in criminal activities and also racist activities, because calling a person by the names that you've described and so on, and not only you, but other witnesses that appear here as well, and that, you know, that this is a minority group within that community that has committed these acts. And we really feel sad of all the acts that we've listened thus far, all the stories of people. Indeed, you know, one cannot describe even your own pain. But will you then understand it in the following manner, that not all black people are looters, and you say, and this is where the media has put up what happened only when the looting, but when this thing, the other acts happened, there was nothing that was shown. So, so we would say that not all black people are looters, neither are all of the people of Phoenix being the people that have committed these acts. Obviously, we'll have to find out in our hearing, in our assessment, we'll look at it, and at the same time, certain police services will look and search, and in the investigation, get hold of those people who did all of these dastardly crimes and killed people, allegedly, that they be brought to books. But can we then say, because part of our hearing here is not only to unearth the truth, but also to see how best we can bring communities together that have gone through this pain, the very pain that you've gone through. Any comment on that? Thanks, Mr. Club.
Commission iyachaza ngokuthi ke sibi simo wabhekana naso nokuthi ke kuko konke okwenzekayo kukhona ufakazi wafika la wachaza ukuthi lamaqembu ayevalile imigaqo enza zonke lezi zinto esokhuluma ngazo ukuthi zazenzeka kokuyimaqembu nje ayakhiwe abantu abayizigilamkhuba ababezithathela futhi umthetho ngezandla. Kukhona izigebengu kulawo maqembu futhi babezithathela umthetho ngezandla beyilawo maqembu ababezibeke wona laphaya kungeve ukuthi into esemthethweni le ababenza laphaya. Ngakho ke mangabe sibuyela kule nkulumo kade uyikhuluma ukuthi ke akuyeke ukuloku kuvezwa abantu abamnyama behlabeni begijima bethola izinto belutha. So siya ekutweni ukuthi akuyena wonke umuntu omnyama owalutha noma ongabizwa ngelutist. Kuso leso statement futhi kufanele sisho ukuthi akuwona wonke amandiya alimaza abantu enza zonke lezi zinto ezazenzeka laphaya futhi acwasana ngobuhlanga. kuthini ukuphawula kwakho uma ngabe kukhulunywa kanjalo?
Yeah, ngiyakwazi lokho. Ngiyakwazi ukuthi amaNdiya awuthi wonke are-racist. Ngiyakwazi lokho. Noma nginokufazwa ukuthi awonke awuthi wonke are-racist. Kona ekuzwana nawo. Athi meyizwa lesimo lesokuthi ngilimalile. Azasho ukuthi ngabe seza sizokubona into eshayo ngesikwazi ukuza kamasho ngoba uzongibona ngiyiNdiya mase nambanga ngemazi. Napho futhi ngabatshethe hayi kula sobonana la sazana khona. Uthi ngiyanqena ukwasha amagama abo la angazi. Ngiyakwazi lokho.
Well, I know very well that not all Indians are racists. And I even have a number of Indian people that I have good relations with. Because even after the incident I came across, I did inform some of my Indian friends of my encounter, and they felt sorry for me, and they indicated that they wished they would come and visit me to see me after having been injured, but they cannot be able to do so because they are afraid if they were to appear at KwaMashu, then they would see an Indian person and maybe problems would start. But I'm well aware that not all Indians are racist.
Mr. Klaba, thank you so much for that. Can I just ask on the J88? I just like to, maybe I would like to put it to the legal team. I know that the clinic says that the wounds are healed, but remember there was a trauma, and still the trauma is with, and hence our offering of counseling. Through you, Chairperson, maybe there should be a consultation between the legal team and Mr. Klaba as to explore how we can get to this J88 and maybe go to the clinic and say that there may have been even a post-attack examination, at least because they can see the scars and so on. I'm not a doctor, so I'm just trying to pursue that so that we do not give up on the J88. So I don't know, I'd like Mr. Klaba with the legal team to sit and explore that. Thank you, Chairperson, I'm finished.
Thank you for that. That's a very good point, Commissioner Nissen, that I think we should follow up and explore. Mr. Klaba, thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you for, as Commissioner Nissen pointed out, for coming back. Sorry that we couldn't accommodate you on the day when you were originally supposed to give evidence last week, but therefore we've accommodated you today, and thank you for your understanding in that regard. We appreciate it, and you are excused as a witness at this point. I think that we should take 10 minutes quickly, only 10 minutes for a break. We've taken 3 hours now with Mr. Klaba, so that was a bit longer than expected. But 10 minutes break for coffee or tea.
Iyabonga kakhulu iCommission ngokuthi ke ufikile futhi wabekezela noma sekungasakwazi ukuthi ke bulalela ubufakazi bakho kodwa usuqedile ukufakaza kuyaxoliswa ngokuthi ke lokho udelay. Siyabonga usuqedile ukufakaza, ungakhululeka evidence team sazokhuluma nawe mayelana nendaba ze J88 nakho konke lokho. Siyabonga.
Hayi nami ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola ithuba.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Is team ready to continue? Advocate Mavronko? Advocate Moraka, can you introduce the witness so that I can get him to take the oath?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We'll be starting with a whole new witness, but before we begin, Mr. Commissioner, the evidence team met during the very short interval, and to put it on the record is that the question to Mr. Kaba in relation to the looters we will not be asking him that question because his evidence did not touch on in any manner or form to him being involved in looting, and therefore the question was rather unfair. So we had to put that on record in the event that this very record is then going to be utilized. And therefore we have informed Mr. Kaba as well that it's okay, then he can go home, because there's also the concerns obviously around his own safety. So we had to put it on record that he has not been asked that question and he has not given any names.
Yeah. So the panel is not necessarily of the view that the question was unfair, but let's leave it at that. Your next witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Our next witness is Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Commissioner, I think at this point it is prudent for me to just inform the Commission that Mr. Mkhize has brought with him photographs, and it would be prudent, as we are live streaming, as of course we will ask the question to be put on record, of course, that he consents to these photographs being shared, that when that aspect happens, that a trigger warning needs to be placed because they are rather visual. So our next witness is Mr. Mkhize, and Mr. Commissioner, you may swear him in.
Yes, what is Mr. Mkhize's name, please?
Ubani igama lakho Mkhize?
Bongani Ephraim Mkhize.
Bongani Ephraim Mkhize.
Thank you. Mr. Mkhize, good morning and welcome to the proceedings of the Commission. First of all, I need to ask you, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Ngiyabingelela mnumzane Mkhize, siyakwamukela kule commission. Ngaphambi kokuthi siqhubeke ngizothanda ukubuza ukuthi ke ungathanda awunankinga nokuthatha isifungo sokuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso, noma unenkinga nokuthatha isifungo okungcono ukhetha ukuthi uthembise ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso? Ikuphi uzothanda ukwenza?
Ngiyosithatha isifungo.
I have no objection in taking an oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Isifungo sithatha njengento ezobophezela inembeza yakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ukuthi ubufakazi bakho buzobe iqiniso lodwa, iqiniso kuphela, kukho okunye ngaphandle kweqiniso?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
Cela uphakamise isandla sakho sokudla uthi Nkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You may continue, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Baba Mkhize, uhlala kuphi konje?
Where do you reside, Mr. Mkhize?
Shalaka V68 Umlazi.
I reside at V68 Umlazi.
Baba Mkhize, bengizocela ukuthi usondeze imic kuwena. Ngiyabonga. And uzosisiza ke ngokuthi kwenzakalani wena. And the question enginayo for wena, uthe ikhona into yenzeka kuwena ngoJuly, yenzeka nini?
And I would like for you to help us in telling us what happened to you. You did indicate that it happened in July, so my question is, when in July did this happen?
Kwagumhla ka 14 July kulesithathu ntambama.
It was on the 14th of July, a Wednesday afternoon.
Yenzeka kuphi?
Where did it happen?
Ngangisuka eMontclair garage ngiyojoyina freeway M4 oyemlasa.
I was coming from Montclair garage, and I was going to join the freeway
Yeah, M4.
to Umlazi.
Sorry, where's, is it Montclair Garage?
Montclair
Montclair.
is a place, and the garage is in Montclair, just off Road Clarewood. That's what I understood from the witness. Mawuphuma egarage baba uthi kwenzakalani? Mawusophuma manje egarage kwenzakalani?
So as you left the garage, what then happened?
Ngasuka egarage ngaphuma ngadlula station Montclair ngiyojoyina freeway phezu kwe-bridge Jacobs.
I left the garage and passed the station in Montclair, and I was going to join the freeway at the bridge in Jacobs. Usho njalo?
Through the bridge.
Through the bridge.
And manje wokephi ke?
Shuthi ngangime erobotini nje phezu kwe-bridge sengizotena ngo-right ngijoyina u-N4 oyemlazi. Ngabona imoto.
So I was waiting at the bridge, and I was going to take right in order to join the M4 towards Umlazi.
La seliyavula ke robot ngajika. Kwakhona imoto eqhama ngaphesheya nayo izojoyina u-freeway. Angishaya ngamalama. Shuthi ngiyibone ngithi ngiyayibheka ngiyibona imoto ama-security.
Okay. So as the robot opened, and as I was about to take the turn, another vehicle emerged from the front, and it was a security vehicle, and they flicked lights on me.
Ngaqhubeka.
Hayi ngiqhubeke ngihamba. Hayi ngishaye ngamalamba impela nje. Ishaya amalamba impela izishayina lento ephezulu elikhanya amalamba phezulu abovu.
So this vehicle was also coming to join in on the M14, and as I drove, I took the turn and drove. It continued to flick the lights on me, and they even switched on the red lights, the ones at the top.
Ukuphi manje mayenzeka le nto?
Where about were you when this happened?
Sesijikile sobabili siyojoyina u-freeway sobabili. Sengisemva kwami yona. Ilandela mina. Ishaya amalamba.
We are now on the ramp onto the freeway. So this vehicle is driving behind me, and it's continuing with the flicking of lights.
Kephi nendawo mososichazela nje.
Mama,
Sophumile manje Clarewood, sophumile Jacobs, ukephi
Yeah,
nendawo?
So where about
Okay.
were you? Because we know we've already joined the freeway and we've left Jacobs and Clarewood. So where about now was this happening?
Oh, ngangisuka sesiphezu kwe-bridge lase-Jacobs. Shuthi mawuqhubeka uya phezulu eWentworth esibhedlela. Mawujika ujikele eMlazi, mawujika ujikele eThekwini.
So we had already passed the bridge, so we were approaching Wentworth, and there would be a turn to the hospital, and there'd also be a turn to Umlazi. And also a turn to Durban.
Should le moto yangiflika ngamalama ngaze ngagcina sengingenile ku-freeway. Kodwa mangena kushuthi ngishisa ize isondele kakhulu kumina. Sithi masijoyina sobabili mase kuqhamuka kuphume umuntu ophethe isibhamu, ikhalathe ephethe isibhamu. Ithi angibuyele eceleni komgwaqo, bafuna ukusesha imoto.
Aphume.
Aveze isibhamu ngewindi.
So as this vehicle is driving behind me, it's continuing to flick the lights on me, and they drove too closer to my vehicle. And at that time, a colored person in this vehicle, drew out a firearm and said I must move to the outer side of the road. They want to search the vehicle.
Awushuthi ngiqhubeke ngibuyele ngihambe ngithi ukuhamba kancane ukuze ngithole indawo kuma ngime kahle ke eceleni. Bafika baqonda nami bathi angivule ibhuti
I drove slower as I tried to go to the side and to be able to stop the vehicle on the side of the road. So I did that, stopped the vehicle. Then they came to me and instructed me to open the boot.
Shuthi nalo omunye wayedriver naye wayebuyisela imoto ngaphambi kwale eyami wayemisa ngaphambili waphuma nesibhamu naye.
The driver of the vehicle that had been behind me drove towards the front of my vehicle and parked in front of my vehicle. He also emerged from the vehicle and he was carrying a firearm.
Hayi ngivuleka ibhuti afike lo driver athi angivule izicapha ngoba wayelokhile izicapha ngale ka left wayengale ka left efuna ukuvula izicapha silokhile wathi angisivule ngazivula ke zonke izicapha.
The driver of the other vehicle was on the left, so he instructed me to unlock the doors because they had been locked. And I did that, I unlocked the doors.
Basesha bathothi abakubatholi lutho akho lutho engilayishile babembuza ukuthi ngiphuma ngithi ngiphuma egarage eWentworth sorry eMontclair.
So they searched the vehicle and they did not find anything. Then they asked me where I was coming from. I told them I was coming from a garage in Montclair.
Sathi saxoxa kanjalo nje ngisakhuluma laba amadoda amabili amakhaladi kwaqhamuka imoto emhlophe.
Whilst we were still talking with those two colored males, another white vehicle emerged.
Yafika emva kwale moto engangihamba ngayo.
It stopped and parked behind the vehicle that I had been driving.
Shuthi ngalesikhathi imoto le ngemva kwami emhlophe ngangivele ngisivulile isicapha ngime phasi kodwa ngibambele kusona isicapha.
So when this vehicle stopped behind me, I had my door opened and I was standing outside the vehicle but holding on to the door.
Shuthi mabefika laba abahamba imoto emhlophe ngabona nje imoto ima ikhanyisa ngamalama kwaphuma amadoda amathathu engazange wabona ukuthi awubani.
So when this vehicle had stopped, the lights of that vehicle were on, and 3 males alighted from this vehicle. They were unknown to me.
Engakubona kodwa ukuthi amhlophe nawo amakhaladi.
But what I saw was that they were lighter in complexion and they were colored.
Ngathi ngisalindela ukuthi nakabanye befika azange bakhulume ukuthi bangezwe ngesibhamu sesiqhuma.
So as I was still noticing those people arriving, I then heard a gunshot being fired.
Sorry, Papa. Sicela uma lapho. The first vehicle, it was a security, a vehicle, my security, konje.
Yeah,
You said the first vehicle was security vehicle.
Yeah, but yayibhaliwe ukuthi Crown Security, imnamathiselwe ngephepha kubhalwe Crown Security, even elimnyama.
Yes, it was a black van, and it had a sticker written Crown Security.
And le yesibili ifikayo yona ibhaliwe yini or imhlophe nje kuphela?
What about the second car that arrived? Did it also have some markings on it, or it was just plain white?
Yayingabhaliwe yona, yayimhlophe.
It had no markings, just white in color.
Okay, sicela ubuyele khona ubusithi usakhuluma ngokuthi wava ngesibhamu. Kwenzakalani lapho? Sicela explain.
Okay.
Okay, if you may explain, then you heard a gunshot, and then what happened?
Shuthi baqhubeka badubula bobathathu. Ngezwa nje izibhamu ziqhuma zilandelana, ziqhuma umngane.
All three of them fired, so they all were firing gunshots. That's what I heard
Baba Mkhize,
simultaneously.
ngesikhathi bashaya isibhamu I think I need you to translate this. It's Zulu's just left me. When they were firing, what were they firing at?
Babedubula babhekise kuphi mnumzane?
Babebhekisele ngime ngakhona ngoba ezinye indaba zazishaya ngangizibona zishaya phansi emgaqweni.
They were directing the shots to where I was standing, because I could see some of the bullets hitting on the road surface.
Babekephi laba bawu-2 bukhuluma nabo kuqaleni?
And where were the two that you had initially been talking to?
Babengaka left kule side la ka left kule moto engihamba ngayo.
They were on the left-hand side of the vehicle I was driving.
Okay, ungaqhubeka baba.
Proceed.
Shuthi ngazo izibhamu ziqhuma ngezwe ukuthi sekushayeka nale moto engime kuyona manje. Nenhlavu ngiyazizwa zidlula phezulu kwami ngayidedela isicapha ngabaleka.
So I had these fired shots, and I could see now that these shots were hitting on the vehicle, and I could feel some passing above me. That's when I let go of the door and fled.
Shuthi la amadoda amabili ngezwe enye imemeza ethi angaba ngubalekelani ima.
I had I had one of the gentlemen that had arrived earlier on. One of them said, "Why are you running away?"
We can just make a distinction now between the two cars and this gentleman from which car are we talking about? Because, for example, it was just translated to say that they were on the left-hand side, I was driving, so I'm not sure who these are. Are the two from the security vehicle or the two from the white vehicle? Well, the three,
Commissioner-
sorry.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, if I can just assist with that. The witness actually indicated that the shots were being fired by the 3 that had just gotten to the
Yeah.
scene a bit later, and the 2 gentlemen that he was having a conversation with earlier from the marked vehicle were now on the left side of his vehicle, and therefore the shots were being fired by the 3 and the 2 were on the side. Mr. Commissioner, you also just asked who was asking. From what I understand from the witness, is that one of the 2 from the marked vehicles was asking why is he running. So the marked security car, one of the 2 from that. Bababa, sizocela ukuthi mawukhuluma ngabantu usho ukuthi babephuma kweyiphi imoto ucabanga ezukhumbula nawe. But lapho ungazikhona usitshele nakhona.
So going forward, Mr. Klaba, I'd like for you to indicate when you are talking about these people, also indicate for us as to which vehicle were those people coming from, so that everything is clear.
Awushuthi abantu abawu3 amakhalatha awu3 aphuma emotini emhlophe wona adubula. Lawa u2 ehamba emoto security azange azadubule wona.
So the 3 colored males that jumped off the white vehicle are the ones that fired shots. The ones that were, the 2 that were in the security vehicle did not fire any shots.
Kodwa ngendlela ekwenza ngayo kwakhombisa ukuthi abantu abahambisanayo.
However, the manner in which things happened, it was clear that they were working together.
Okay, busasho ukuthi wabaleka kwenzakalani ke manje?
So you did tell us you ran away, so what then happened?
Oh ngabaleka ngabaleka ngabheka phambili. Futhi ngibaleka ngo-freeway ngiya phambili. Ngijima nje nje ngibhekele kade ngiya ngakhona vele ngomgwaqo.
I ran on the freeway, going to the same direction I had been driving to. So I was running on the road on the freeway.
Ngathi
Ngesikhathi ubalekayo baba Mkhize, bakephi bona laba bantu bawu-5 manje?
Where are these 5 people now that when you were running away?
babe ngijaha laba bephuma emotweni emhlophe laba u2 azange babone baphelelaphi bona bayashiya nje beme ngaphandle emotweni le moto engihamba ngayo laba u3 bangijaha laba bephuma kule moto
Laba bephuma emotweni emhlophe.
yebo bona babedubuka benjalo.
The 3 gentlemen that had came in a white vehicle and fired shots. When I ran away, they chased after me. So I had left the other 2 that were in a security vehicle. I left them where they were as I ran away. So I did not see what happened to them.
Ngaqhubeka baba.
Proceed.
Ngabaleka ke lapho ngathi ngisabaleka kanjalo ngezwe sengiwa kanti sengidubulekile esinqeni.
I ran, and as I was running, I then collapsed,
Ngathi ngiyawa
which was, I collapsed because I had been hit on my lower back.
Okay, your lower leg.
Wawushawe yini?
ngashawa inhlavu esinqeni. Ngadubuleka esinqeni.
I got shot on my lower back.
Ngase ngiyawa ke lapho mangithi ngiyavuka kusavuki ngathi ngiyavuka kusavuki ayingaze ngazama ukuvuka ngagaqa ngamadolo ngabambelela ensimbini lesesigudla freeway sengibelele ngaphesha kwa freeway.
When I fell, I couldn't stand up and walk again, so I crawled and held on to the I just lack a better word, but it's those
The things on the side of the road.
the steel bars on the side
On
of
the
the
side
road.
of the road,
Yes, the barricades.
Baba Mkhize, uthi washaywa inhlamvu esinqeni. Besicela ukuthi usitshele because manje usokhumbula kweliphi icala. Ubungasitshela nje leyo nto.
Oh ngashaya
On which side were you shot at?
ngashaya la esandleni saka right la ka right esinqeni. Yabuya azohlala esiswini.
It was on my right-hand side, and the bullet penetrated through the side and went through into the stomach.
Ngoba ngathi ngiqashile lapho ngibambele ngathola indawo lo khonkolo lo babambe zona insimbi obufasa insimbi ngaqasha ngale kwawo ngezwe inhlavu singiluma lesiswini sengilunywa isisu.
So as I ran, I then got a chance to hide behind some poles, the poles that are holding the steel bars that I had held on to. And as I was hiding there, I could feel the itching or the cramps that was due to the bullet that had penetrated into my stomach.
Ngathi ngisaqashile kanjalo ke kwaqhamuka enye imoto abadila nayo ke bayibuyisela eceleni nayo badila nayo ngezwe ziqhuma izibhamu kuyona ekwakuyi engathi mangibukisisa ngathi imoto esa lezi moto la shingani khona imoto ezilayisha iy'ngane zesikole, ama-Avanza. Ungabona ngazuthi i-Avanza le bebeyimisa.
So as I was still hiding, another vehicle emerged. When I looked at the vehicle, when they stopped it, it looked like an Avanza. So they stopped that vehicle and they dealt with it.
Ilapho-ke le ngathola khona-ke ithuba lokuthi ngizame ukuthi ngigaqe ngize ngithole ubhotsho owelela ngale ngaphesheya emafemini komega linen.
That's when I got a chance to crawl across and go to the companies that are across, and amongst those companies there's also Mega Linen.
Baba Mkhize, mawusithi badela ngalo usho ukuthini?
What do you mean when you say they dealt with it?
Awusho ukuthi ngithi ngesikhathi besalitshalisiwe ile moto abebeyimisa ngakwazi mina ukuthi ngichusheleze ngize ngithole ubhotsho ukuthi ngiwelele ngaphesheya ngale ka Mega Linen.
I mean that as they were focusing on that vehicle that they were stopping, I got a chance to escape and crawl across to the companies across.
Okay. Mawufika lapho wakwazi ukufika khona.
Did you manage to reach?
Yebo ngakwazi ukungena ngaphansi kwebridge. Ngakwazi ukuchusheleza ngize ngifike ngaphansi kwebridge.
Yes, I was able to go across and go under the bridge.
Indawo bridge Baba Mkhize?
Where about is the bridge?
Ibridge lele engangisuka kulona lali ishuthi imoto ezihamba phezulu eziya eThekwini khona ibridge elingaphansi mina ngangekho eMlazi khona ezinye ezihamba phezulu ebridgeini shuthi imigaqo okhona phezulu khona ophansi ngakwazi ukubelela ngale ngaphansi ke mina ngacasha lapho ke ngayila ngakwazi khona ukufona sengifonela umfana wami uSinphiwe.
So there's two roads. There's one that is above the freeway, and where there would be cars that are going to Durban, and then there's the road underneath the bridge. So I was able to go underneath the bridge where I hid, and then I got a chance to phone my boy, my son.
Ngaqhubeka baba.
Ngamtshela ukuthi sengidubulekile la wathi ngamyalela ke le ndawo engidubuleke kuyona base ke ngimcalela ukuthi akahambe utshela umfowethu omncane uSifiso ukuze beze naye ngoba yena wengaza akwazi ukuza yedwa.
I explained to him that I have been shot, and I told him where I was. I further instructed him to go and tell my younger brother Sifiso, so they could come together, because he was not going to be able to come alone.
Ngathi ngisacashile kanjalo ke hayi ngilibale bafona bathi hayi sesifikile kodwa manje angeneki asikwazi ungena ngoba kuvalwe yonke indawo kunamaqembu avalile khona nemoto esezisha.
They phoned again and told me that they have arrived at the location, but they cannot be able to reach me because the roads were closed. There were barricades by groups of people.
Kuphi nendawo Baba Mkhize?
Where about?
Ngaphakathi eWentworth.
That would be inside Wentworth.
Okay. Ungaqhubeka?
Proceed, sir.
Shuthi ke ngile ngifona ukuthi hayi wozani bathi hayi akadluleki bazi bathola imetro police yona ke yaza bayescort ukuze bakwazi ukufika le engangihleli khona.
I kept on calling them and telling them to come, but they weren't able to until they contacted Metro Police. Metro Police then escorted them to the location where I was.
Bangathi mase ngibabona behamba namaphoyisa ngase ngiphuma ngiyakubona.
When I saw them in company of police, I was then able to come out and go to them.
Ngesikhathi imoto yakho ikuphi wena?
Where was your car at that time?
Isele khona lapha lade ngidutshulelwa khona.
It was left at the scene where I was shot at.
Okay.
Bafika bangibuza ukuthi kwenze njani amaphoyisa ngabatshela ukuthi ngidutshulwa amakhalathi la athi nawo nawo bebona abantu bebavimba ngoba bebona iphathwala eMetropolis yathi abantu bengangenwa lapha mongena lapha wodutshulwa ngempela kusha amaphoyisa.
So they asked me what happened, and I told them that I was shot by colored people. And the police told me they also witnessed that you could not drive through that area because they would stop people and shoot at them.
Bangithatha ke bangise esibhedlela eMshini.
They then took me to Mkhize Hospital.
Aseyajika asiphelezela amaphoyisa la kametha aseyabona sekuphephile aseyajika asishiya.
The police escorted us until they saw that it was now safe. Then they turned and they turned back.
I think this is the part where the trigger warning is gonna have to begin, because we will be dealing mostly with the injuries, which of course the witness will be sharing equally with the photographs. Baba Mkhize, ngesikhathi sizokubuza kwakhona ukuthi uyavuma yini ukuthi izithombe lezi uziphethe zibukwe ngabanye abantu and zivezwe lapha ofuna zibonwe ngama-commissioners kuphela.
So we would like to know, Mr. Mkhize, if you give us a permission to share these photographs with the rest of the people, or would you prefer that they be seen only by the commission?
Akunayo inkinga ukuthi zibone noma ubani othanda ukuzibona. Ufisa ukuzibona ngazibona.
I have no problem with the photos being seen by anyone who has an interest in seeing them. So anyone may have access to them.
Mr. Commissioner, we have consent from the witness to actually share his photographs. We just needed to make sure that we had that, because the reason why we had to ask for this is because, well, here is a black man who's just been shot, and we don't want to seem to be parading his injuries and his pain without his consent. Babu Mkhize,
these are the injuries that he just described how he was shot and so on. Is that?
That's correct,
Okay.
and it will also be damage to his car,
Yes.
as far as we understand.
Okay.
So we will start slowly with the car, but I do, as I've indicated, ask that the trigger warning starts now.
Yes.
For a lot of people,
As
this
far
could be a
as
bad
the
trigger.
Media, live streaming, everything is concerned.
Yes. Baba Mkhize, ngizocela ukuthi uthathe izithombe lezi ubuziphethe. Siqale ngemoto yakho. Besicela ukuthi usitshele ukuthi kwenzekaleni emotweni yakho, usibonise futhi bakwenzekalani emotweni yakho.
I'd like for you, Mr. Mkhize, to start showing us the photos that you have in your possession, starting with your vehicle. Maybe you would tell us what happened to your vehicle and also show us the damages, if any.
Kushuthi ngalesikhathi ngisemshiyeni ngacela labafana ukuthi abafonele isi-track i-King Fraser ukuthi imoto isele emgaqweni. Sho bafona ke kwaza baka-tracker bafika kodwa imoto yaze yafika ngakusasa ekhaya mabesho ngoba ngase ngisesibhedlela. Baze bayithola ngesasa ngoba babethi abakwazi ukuhamba beyoyilanda. Shutha ngasikhathi ngibalekile ke mina basala bayishaya bayigwaza amathayi bayishaya ama-windscreen omabili ngemuva nangaphambili bayigwaza izihlalo nebonnet naphezulu bangazi babeyishaya ngani phezulu.
Okay. So when I was at the hospital, I then told my son that they should call the track company for the vehicle. So I was informed it was only brought home. Utiba yafika ngakusasa.
bayifikisa ngakusasa.
the following day, and when it got home, when it is apparent that after I had left, they remained and damaged the vehicle. The tires were stabbed, car seats were stabbed, they damaged the rooftop of the vehicle, and both the windscreens were shattered, the front and back windscreens.
Unawo unazo izithombe zaleyo nto baba Mkhize?
So, do you have a photo of that?
Yebo ngiziphethe.
Besicela
I do.
usebenzise usibonise manje ukuthi damage
Please
kuphi.
show us the photo of those damages in the vehicle.
Mr. Commissioner, what I will do, I'll have to slightly move so that he is able to explain every single picture. He only brought one copy. Baba Mkhize, uyayibona le picture from le ndawo ngihleli kuyona?
Yebo.
Uyayibona? Okay. Yini len?
So, Mr. Mkhize, what is depicted in that picture? That
Oh imoto.
I have?
Ingaphambili lemoto.
It's the front of the vehicle.
What was the damage here?
Yebo.
Iyayilinyazwe yini la? Yini elimele lapha? Kulesi sithombe nje yini evela
Isonto
elimele?
babelimazile, babeligwazile ngoma into egwazayo.
It's the stabbed tire, which was stabbed with a sharp object.
Okay. Uyasibona lesi ngisiphethe?
Yebo.
Sesani sona?
And in that photo,
Esemoto.
what is depicted?
Silimele windscreen ngaphambili nebonnet.
It's a picture of the car which has a damage on the front windscreen, utheni bonnet,
Yebo.
and the bonnet.
Okay. Siyakwesilandelayo ke manje. Sesani lesi baba Mkhize?
Inhlalo zemoto ngaphakathi.
So, what is depicted in that photo? The response is it's the car seats, the inside of the car.
Ubuqeda ukukhuluma ngebonnet manje yini lena?
You spoke about a bonnet, so what is depicted in that picture?
I-windscreen futhi lelimele. Ibonnet ayibonakali kulesi sithombe ukuthi limele.
It is another picture of the damage on the windscreen, although you cannot see in that photo the damage to the bonnet.
Manje siyakwesilandelayo isithombe sesani lesi?
Oh,
And what is in that photo?
isithombe semoto ngaphambili, ibonnet epoqokile ne-windscreen naphezulu.
It is the front of the vehicle. There is a dent on the bonnet and the damaged windscreen at the top.
Lezi zithombe zu-2 ngizozibamba zozibili because zingibonisa into eyodwa mina, but uzozisho wena bakwenzakalani ngazo.
I'll show you two pictures simultaneously. To me, I see one and the same thing, but you can explain what is depicted there.
Ingemuva lemoto, i-windscreen yangemuva le elimele, abayilimazile.
That is the damaged back windscreen of the vehicle.
Siyabonga. Ngesikhathi ushaya umgaqo baba, imoto yayinjani yona ngesikhathi wena ubaleka?
So as you were running away on the road,
Mawukhumbula nje.
if you remember, how was the vehicle?
Oh, imoto ngayishiya mina into engayizwa nje ishayeka isondo langemuva ngathi kade bedubula. Kodwa yona ngayishiya ingakalinyazwa. Ngabaleka ingakalinyazwa kade ngibaleka.
The only thing I heard as I was running away was the shooting into the back tire. However, when I left, as I ran away, the vehicle they had not damaged the vehicle at that point in time.
Okay. Manje namasifike esibhedlela lapho ufike khona uthe ePrince Mshiyeni konje yini?
You said you went to Prince Mshiyeni Hospital?
Yebo ngaya eMshiyeni Hospital.
Yes, I went to Prince Mshiyeni Hospital.
Mofike khona wasizwa kanjani?
So when you got there, what help did you get?
Ngafike bangizela ikhadi la bengangihamba nabo ngase ngishekwe iBP. Ngase udokotela wasengishekwe iBP waseyangijova.
When I got there, the people that were accompanying me went to make a card, and the doctor checked my blood pressure and also gave me some injection.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ngicabanga isikhathi kwaku 8 PM.
If I remember correctly, it was 8 p.m.
Wangitshela udokotela waye ngikade ngijova wathi ngiyoze ngibone udokotela kusasa ngoba kugcwele ngenye indlela theater.
So the doctor that had seen me informed me that I'd only see the doctor the following day due to the volume of cases in the high volume of cases in the theater.
Shuthi ngangitshela ukuthi mhlawumbe uyadlala usazabe uyangisiza. Ngempela ngalunya ubusuku bonke nje ngiluma lenhlavu kwaze kwasa.
So I thought the doctor maybe was just joking and he would come back maybe. But what happened is actually what he had said, because the whole night I had these cramps due to the bullet.
Udokotela wafika wafika ngo-12 AM ngakusasa.
The next doctor that only came at 12 a.m. 12 a.m. the following day.
Bamkhize ngifuna silokhu siclarify 12 a.m. Mosithi 12 a.m. usho ebusuku or emini?
When you say 12 a.m., you are talking about 12 midnight or 12 during the day?
Kwaku 8 ebusuku kade ngibona oqala lo wesibili ngambone ngo-12 ngakusasa emini.
Well, when I said 8 p.m., I was talking about at night, in the evening. And then when I say 12, I'm talking about 12 during the day.
Ngesisikhathi between 8 wasebusuku no 12 wasemini kwenzakalani la esibhedlela?
So from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m., during that period, what was happening at the hospital?
Babefika unesi phela ngoba ngizibhonqa ngikhala. Banginika amaphilisi bathi ngiphuza amaphilisi. Hayi angangisizi. Balebe bathi angibekezele udokotela uzafika kusasa. Libe ngiduduza kanjalo belibe nginamaphilisi kwaze kwasa.
Well, because I was groaning in pain, nurses kept on coming and they kept on giving me pills, and they told me the doctor would only come the following day because of high volume of cases. Then that's what it was.
Okay, wafika masibuyele manje ku 12 o'clock wafika udokotela kwenzakalani lapho?
Now let's go back to 12 p.m. Doctor comes, what happens then?
Wafika kudokotela wangisa ku-X-ray. Shuthi wafika nayo into ze-X-ray wathi bangiphakamisa wayifaka ngaphansi ke basheka wasethi hayi bazongisa etheater ngo-1. Nakampela bangisa ke theater.
The doctor came and he came with X-ray equipment. They conducted some X-ray and they put it underneath my body. And he said he would take me to theater at 1.
Bafika etheater ke bayikhipha ke inhlavu benza operation bayikhipha inhlavu bakhipha no poison ngoba bangisusa la phezulu kushonisa phansi bethi bade bekhipha poison besabalele.
So when I eventually went to the theater, they made an operation and they removed the bullet and it's poisoning because it was scattering in the abdomen. So they made an operation from the top to the bottom.
Or ebusuku kade ngifika ngilibalile ukusho ukuthi bakhona abantu abayifaka bathe ukudonsa poison abangifaka yona emakhaleni bathe ukudambisa poison.
Also, I had forgotten to mention that at night there is something that they had administered or put in through my nose, and they said that would help in draining out or calming down the poison.
Okay. I think slightly a bigger trigger warning because we're gonna be dealing with the injuries. Baba Mkhize, uqeda ukusitshela ukuthi baqala the operation from phezulu. Sicela usitshele ukuthi kwenzakalani kule picture nje kahle.
You have told us, Mr. Mkhize, that they operated you from the top to the bottom. So I have a picture there, if you could tell us what is depicted in that picture. What is happening there in that picture?
Oba bangivula lapho benze operation lapho bekhipha bedrain poison bekhipha nenhlava. Basethi ithumbu lami lilimele ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngiye toilet. Ngcono bavule into estoma engizokwazi ngiye ngayi toilet ngoba kufanele ize lihluma. Abakwazi ukulixhuma. Kufanele kube khona isikhwama ngisifakayo esibizwa ngokuthi stoma. Yibona yesona ke esingaliceleni. Mase kube operation here.
In that picture, it's the operation that they conducted from the top to the bottom or to the lower belly. And in that operation, they were removing the poison and the bullet. Also, they told me one of my intestines was damaged. So they instructed they would have to put something called a stoma that would help me with waste drainage. Bowel movement. And that's the stoma that they put, because they indicated they would have to allow they can't operate the intestine, it would have to heal on its own.
Baba Mkhize, sinezithombe oziwu-2 lana. Lena asikho ubuso bakho. Lesi kukhona. You confirm wena lona?
That's upside down.
Oh, ngiyaxolisa.
So in that photo, in the first photo we were talking about, there's no face shown. So in the second photo there is a face. So would you confirm, Mr. Mkhize, that that is your face?
Oh yeah, we mina le nganqamuka kulesi singala. Kodwa ngabe ngavela kulesi sesinye.
Yes, in both those photos it's myself. It's just that the face was cut in the other photo and it is shown in the next photo.
Siyabonga Baba Mkhize and siyaxolisa kakhulu. Ngathi siqhubeke. Manje na so yenziwe le operation lesiyibonile nathi lana. Kwenzakalani afterwards? Usesesibhedlela yini? Kwenzakalani?
So thank you, Mr. Mkhize, for explaining, and sorry for having to put you through that. Now, the operation is done at the hospital. What then transpired after the operation?
Hayi ngahlala ke nje sibhedlela kwaze kwashaya usuku lokuphuma umhla ka 23. Shuthi base bengiyalela ukuthi lesitoma lesi isona sengizoya esesizongisa etoilet. Uma ngabe sekuhluma ithumbu ke leli lalimele bobuye bangibizeke bobuye bahlele kahle ke bangibise endaweni yami.
Well, I was kept at the hospital until I was discharged on the 23rd. And when I was discharged, they told me I'd go home with the same stoma system that was done, and that after the intestine had healed, they would then bring me back to hospital so that they can take things back to normal.
Okay. Ngizocela sime nje lapho sikhulume ngenye udaba and then sizophinda sibuyele kwento ezidibene nesimo se-health yakho.
Right, we will stop here now and move on to another issue. We would later on come back to your health issues.
Baba Mkhize, ngesikhathi usesibhedlela, okhona amaphoyisa afikile kuwena kwenzakalani?
So when you were at the hospital, Mr. Mkhize, did any police come to you? What happened?
No, azange zafika amaphoyisa ngisesibhedlela.
No police came when I was at the hospital.
Odokotela bona abasho lutho ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngenhlamvu le bebayithola emzimbeni wakho?
Did doctors say anything about the bullets that were found in your body?
Abangitshelanga lutho ngenhlava, kodwa ngathi mase ngiphumile esibhedlela ngami ngovula icala eWentworth.
They did not tell me anything about the bullet. However, when I was discharged, I then went to open a case at Wentworth.
And kwenzakalani ngelo cala?
Kwagcina kwenzekeni ke kulelo cala walivule Wentworth? Oh, sorry. What then happened in the case that you opened?
Ngalivula banginikeze incwadi lokuzothi udokotela hamba ogcwalisa bathi umseshi uzohamba wayilanda. Angiphindanga wabuyela kumina. Sengize ngathola imessage ngomhla ka26 October. Ya 26 October ukuthi icala seliphethwe ukhale Abdullah seliphethwe ucele manje Mr. Cele. So kodwa akukho nje okuqhubekayo esengikuzwile. Akusimina ngedwa ngalimala, baningi abantu abalimala. Ama case abantu kade ngiyovula icase ngafica abantu imoto zabantu abantu abashonile khona eWentworth. Khona intwazana yotrainer 24 naye yabulawa.
Imake baba. Icala lalikade liphethwe uKhalen Abdullah wasutshela ukuthi icala seliphethwe Mr. Cele.
Yeah.
Okay. I was given a J88. When I went to open a case, I was given a J88. And I was told I should take it to the doctors to fill it in. And the investigating officer indicated he is the one who would fetch it from the hospital. So after that, I never had any communication regarding the J88. However, the only communication I got was when I was told that the case would now be transferred to Mr. Cele, who would be the investigating officer, as earlier on the investigating officer of the case was Khalen Abdullah. And so when I got to the police station, I did see there were many cases that were opened. There were many cars that were damaged and people died at Wentworth. I also heard a story of a girl who was 24. Who was 24.
Okay. And namanje awukwazi lutho ngecala lakho?
So up to this stage, you haven't heard anything about your case?
Mr. Cele wangifonela ngayithola number yakhe nami ngamfonela back. Wathi naye uyena osephethe icala nayi number yakhe la ngifonela ngayo. Mase ngimfonela wathi akakalifundile ukuza la icase yami akakayifundi ngoba maningi adluliselwe kuyena alesimo lesesenzekile. Sazalifunda uzobuyela kumina masayifundile.
So I have Mr. Cele's phone number. He also has my phone number. And when I spoke to him, when I called him, he informed me that he has not studied my case as yet because he was given many cases regarding this incident. So as of yet, he has not studied my case, and he would come back to me after having done so.
Detective Cele masebe sibeka kanjalo uphuma eWentworth or kwesinye station yini?
Where is Mr. Cele or Detective Cele based in terms of the police station? Is he also stationed at Wentworth?
Yebo siphume Wentworth ngoba i-case number angisendele yona ino Wentworth.
Yes, he is based in Wentworth because the case number he sent to me was written Wentworth.
And masisegcineni manje baba Mkhize mesicela ukubuza ke ukuthi lama injuries uwatholile akhona yini a permanent or athini isithini isimo sawo?
So, regarding your injuries, would you say there are injuries that are permanent, or what is the situation regarding your injuries?
Ushuthi njalo emva ka 2 days bengihamba iclinic eseduze. Mase ngiphinde ngithola idate yasesibhedlela. Uthe udokotela usazongisa ku X-ray, usazoshekwa isitoma leso ukuthi asiblockile yini. Mawukuthi asiblockile kwazi kwaphela 6 months, mhlambe ngiyokwazi ukuthi sibuyiseleke mawukuthi akukho idamage ekhona ngaphakathi. Wathi ngizoqala ngilinde 6 months before I check.
Okay. So after 2 days, I have to attend a clinic for a checkup. And I would at times be given a date to go back to the hospital. So the doctor, what he said about the stoma is that he would do an X-ray after 6 months to check if the stoma is not blocked, and that's then when he would take a decision on it. But he can only check on it after 6 months.
Ushuthi data sanginike yona ngomhla 31 January ukuthi uyongisheka ngawo.
So for now, the date that was given to me for a checkup by the doctor is the 31st of January.
And lama injuries, please translate this in Zulu. How are they affecting your day-to-day life?
Lokulimala ke lawa limala khona ungathi thinte kanjani impilo yakho nje yansuku zonke?
Hayi kuyithintile impela ngoba into eziningi angisakwazi ukuzenza. Kade ngisebenza ngebhasi, angisakwazi ukudrive ibhasi. Okuningi nje angisakwazi ukwenza manje ngenxa yale injury.
It has affected me greatly because I used to work as a bus driver. I am no longer able to do that. So a lot has changed due to the injury.
Bengicela usasebenza yini ke manje okwenzakalani mosithi it affected you ngeso like that?
So regarding your employment, would you say you are still employed, are you still working, or what is the case?
No, ngisamile kwamanje udokotela wengibhalela incwadi ukuthi angenze i-light duty. Kwatholakala i-light duty ayikho lapha lesisebenza khona. Kwawukuthi ngizolinda kuze ngize ngibe right.
For now, I am not back at work because the doctor made a letter, wrote a letter and recommended that I be assigned to light duty. So it transpired that we do not have light duties. So for now, I'm not working. We are still waiting for the outcome.
And do you have any income during this time as you wait?
Kuloku kulinda kusakulindile. Kukhona imali engenelayo. Uyahola. Beke kanjalo.
Yebo i-HR yangenza yathi emholweni wamade ngohola izonginikeza 50%. Wayithe 75%, yabuyathi 50%.
Well, the HR decided that they would give me a portion of my salary. Initially, it was going to be 75%, but it eventually came to 50% of the salary.
Okay, lapho sesigcineni ke baba Mkhize manje. Uzizwa njani ngento yonke eseyenzekile?
So
Ulitholile usizo ocabanga ukuthi kumele ulithole?
in closing, Mr. Mkhize, how do you feel about what you went through? And also I'd like to know if you did find help or assistance that you required.
Bengiphatheke kabi kakhulu impela kulesimo esengehlelile. Kodwa ngawe ngabona ukuthi akusizi ukuthi ngiloko ngiphatheka kabi ngoba nomndeni wami nawo ungakumina uyakwazi ukungiseka ngase sengisimukela ngisho nje sengisimukela lesimo lesengikusona.
Well, I was very saddened about my situation. However, because I have my family that gives me great support in this situation, I have learned to accept the situation I am living under. Because I realized it's not going to help me in any way to carry on being sad.
I think that's the strength of many of our people. And just to, in closing, what would you like to see happen? Whether it's with government, with the investigation, with what has happened to you, what would you like to see happen? What are your hopes?
Sesivala futhi. Yini ongathanda ukuyibona iyenzeka? Kungaba mayelana nophenyo, mayelana nohulumeni, mayelana nalolu hlelo esikulo, intoni ongathanda ukuyibona iyenzeka emva kwaso sonke lesi simo?
Into engingafisa ukuthi ngiyibone yenzeka ukuthi abagili abasigilile bathole ukujeza. Aphinde uhulumeni njana abantu engabanye bengabasakwazi ukuthi baphinde basebenze. Angathi bengasipho uxhaso lapha nalapha ukuthi sikwazi ukuphila.
Well, I'd like for the culprits to be punished. That is what I would like to see happening. Also, I'd like for the government to come on board in terms of giving us support, because some of us lost their jobs. So I'd like to see that happening as well.
Any last words from you? Because I just want to give him the opportunity if he has any last words that he would like to share.
Khona okunye futhi ongathanda mhlawumbe ukusho ngoba imibuzo eqhamuka ngonkosazana isiphelile, mhlawumbe ubona ukuthi kusalile wena uzothanda ukwengeza noma ukusho?
Hayi, ikona nje lo esikhulume ngako kuyikona benginami engikwaziyo. Akukho okunye ngale kwalo esesikhulumile.
Well, all that we have spoken about is what I know, and there is nothing further that I know or that I would like to share.
Sibongile ke baba Mkhize ke thina manje sisezodlulisa kuma commissioners, siyabonga ngokuba ufikile namhlanje.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, for coming. And now we would go across to the commissioners.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Commissioner Tuli? Any questions, Commissioner Nelson?
You go first.
No, I don't have.
Thank you, Baba Mkhize. Siyabonga, Baba. I just want to know from you, you said that there are other people. You've heard about a young lady of 24, 20 odd, that you've heard that this person also got allegedly killed somewhere around Wentworth. Yeah, I think it will be very important if you do have any information or hear of people to encourage them, as you've done on your own, coming to our offices, to come to the Human Rights Commission, so that we could also have and listen to those people, their stories as well. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Baba Mkhize. Sizwile ke nokuthi ukhulume ukuthi khona ezinye izindaba ozizwile ngabantu abathinteka ngesikhathi kwenzeka lento, wakhuluma nangowesifazane osemncane oneminyaka oku-29 to 24 owashona ngenxa yalesi sigameko, ngalezi sigameko okushiwoyo ke ukuthi singathanda ukuthi ke ubagqugquzele uma khona obaziyo abantu banalenkinga ukuthi beze kwikhomishana yamalungelo abantu bazo nabo balalelwe ngezinto ezabehlakalela uma ngabe kukhona obaziyo, njengoba nawe wakwazi ukuthi wenze ukuthi uze kuyona le khomishana yamalungelo abantu.
Yebo, yes.
Thank you, I understand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize, for coming forward and for your evidence. We really sympathize with what has happened to you. It is really terrible, and we wish you a speedy recovery.
Siyabonga Mnumzane Mkhize ngokuthi ke uze uzotshela okwakwehlakalela, futhi ke siyazwelana kakhulu nawe ngokwakwehlakalela. Siyakufisela futhi nokuthi ke uphole ngokusheshsha, usheshe ululame. Siyabonga. Thank you.
So you are excused. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga usuqedile ufakaza, ungakhululeka Mnumzane. Sibonge kakhulu. Thank you.
That was, I'm informed, the last witness of the day. There will not be a hearing tomorrow. The hearing will reconvene on Thursday. And the reason for that is that the evidence team needs some time to interview witnesses that could not have been interviewed thus far. So we will rise now, and if the evidence team and the panel could maybe meet after lunch, let's say 2:45, that would be appreciated in the room next door. Thank you very much. All the best.